yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. I saw you stay. How long them a go know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. Say from him, say but all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the book of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Greetings and salutations. People on the door. Oh, I can't see me yet now. Alright, no worries. That's almost that out here. Just a moment. Let me get another thing.
No houses and now build no school. Think them up the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. They'll fight for the people every day.
I need about 5 more hands.
For the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay.
I can do like Will OT where you're there.
But them set spice on them. Even politicians spread lies on them. But we know the book of them not wise like him.
Of course, I can't take Kevin where you're there.
None of ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Okay, I need 5 more hands for real.
Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right.
As we get ready to jump into another edition of A Reason with Rattigan.
Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized.
I want to invite you all to call a friend, tell a friend.
Defending your rights. I saw you stay.
Friends of your friends.
Step up all eyes on it.
Friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends.
Set spice on it.
And enemies too.
Politicians spread lies on him, but we know the book of them not wise like him.
Happy Valentine's to some.
Know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring.
Happy birthday to others.
That's why all the people them respect.
Happy Saturday
Like Selassie
to many more.
was Rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in
Yeah, welcome. welcome, everybody. I wanna big up all of you. You know, truly appreciate love the fact that you take the time out to come on by the Rattigan University um, to learn a thing or two, or three or four. I am actually missing some things from the university here. Um, oh yes, you see, doing multiple things. Something is going to get left out at some point. Producer Joan, don't kill me. Producer OT, don't crucify me. Just today's love day. Just love me, please, and thanks. And I know some of you will come to my defense and beg for me. So beg earnestly, because I could get wait. What just happened a while ago? Papa, Father, Friend, Divine. That not supposed to be on the screen. What is that? Oh, y'all not seeing it. Okay, good. So it's not you. It's me. All right. Like I said, multiple things happening here. Rebel will join us shortly. What is this? Let me move it out of the way. I actually need to come on. Yeah, I really need to get some work done in the Rattigan studio for real, to be honest. There's some things happening here that are not supposed to be happening. For those in Radio Land, big up to those of you who are locked in on Reggae Global Radio, on the Foundation Radio Network, ClintonLindsay.com, and other affiliates that are carrying the broadcast. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I truly appreciate love, the support. I don't know what this is. Why it is in my way. Okay. Can I play some more of my music, Laura? When you say my music, what do you mean? Big up to everybody. My music gets played at 8 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio when you join me for the Saturday stew. That would be my music. And for those of you who did not catch me this week on the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew, you will hear the tribute I recorded for my mother when she transitioned, along with two of my friends, on one on bass, one on keys and organ, and another friend was the engineer. It was his studio that the recording took place. So that you will get to hear tonight when you tune in to the night shift. Sorry, when you tune into Saturday Stew. The night shift is during the week. Speaking of the night shift, coming this coming Monday. Yes, the holiday. Yeah, Monday night on the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew, I will have two city commissioners from cities here in South Florida, and maybe, just maybe, one or two city mayors, and we'll be addressing immigration and how it has affected communities here in South Florida. So do join me on the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew on Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern, kevinstew.com, affiliates, and YouTube. Check me out over there and be a part of that experience. Also, tonight, after the Saturday stew, there will be Relax with the Rebel. That happens at 10. And then at midnight, he's back. Dr. Love is back. On this Love Day, Dr. Love returns, live and in living color, full fledged, full force. So do look out for that and check him out. It's good to have him back. He experienced some damage after Hurricane Melissa, so there was that. Also, for those of you who are in South Florida, I want to share this event with you. Coming up Easter weekend. Coming up, that is Easter weekend, isn't it? Coming up April 4, the weekend of April 4. A couple of things happening. There's an event happening here in South Florida and an event of a completely different nature that I'll tell you about right after this. So, let me.
First Baptist Church of Sunrise, Florida presents Spring Gospel Concert on Saturday, April 4, 2026 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, featuring Dr. Glacia Robinson,
Hold my hand today, lest I fall.
Evangelist Bridget Blurcher,
Me can't sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Me can't sit down. No.
Minister Leroy Smith, and Second Chance. Concert will be at First Baptist Church of Sunrise, 6401 Sunset Strip, Florida 33313. Admission $50. Tickets available at the church office. MC Bishop John Wayne Manning of Omega Radio Station and Church. Jesus is alive. See you there.
He's alive, he's alive.
So that event happens at First Baptist Church of Sunrise. It happens to be a church that I play drums for each and every week. So this event is their annual fundraising event, annual major fundraising event, happening April 4 at the church. So if you're in South Florida, you're in North Florida. Okay. And I'm working out pay-per-view for those who cannot make it, and I'll give you some more information on that later on. People, I just lost connection with Will's computer. And there's something else that I need to share with you right now. So let me get this connection back. Let me see if I can do a little fanciness and work some magic over here. But those of you who have connections in South Florida, go ahead and tell them about the event, because all are welcome, right? It's something that a lot of you would say that you'd go to an event like this only if. Well, you can either come to the event virtually. Oh, jeez. One thing after another. You can come to the event virtually, or you could have someone represent you. There's that option too. So come on out, those of you who can, and be a part of the experience. You will not be disappointed. The past 2 years, we've had this concert. It has been amazing, totally amazing. This year will be no different. So if you can, please come on out. I'll be there. Those of you who don't know, come by. You'll see me there. Say, yo, Stu, I am John Brown. I am Mary Jane. Whomever you are, come introduce yourself. Let's put faces to names. Yeah. And there is, for the New Yorkers, a different type of event that is happening at Crown Hill Theater. Now, some of you are familiar with the Crown Heights area. Some people say, boy, Kevin, what you know about Crown Hill and Crown Heights? Well, Not much. But the Crown Hill Theatre historically was a black cinema, and some people invested in the community by repurposing the building, and it is now an event center, kind of a club, if you will. And they will be having this event coming up April 3rd and 4th. It is Foundation Meeting the Future. Rory Stonelove and David Rattigan out of the UK. And they'll be having this 2-night event because one night is not enough. So this 2-night event will be happening at the Crown Hill Theatre over there in Brooklyn. It's 750 Nostrand Avenue, and tickets are available on the Crown Hill website. So it is crownhilltheatre.com. That is the website, crownhilltheatre.com. Go and get your tickets if you can. Go to this event. Go represent, and take some pictures and send to me. Let me know. Clearly, I can't be in two places at once. So this New York event, I can't be there because I have this event at the church. But those of you who can, don't be shy, don't be afraid. Go, show up, represent. It will be awesome. Yeah, aka Little Haiti. So go represent, yeah. Now, today, many people recognize and celebrate today as Valentine's Day. For me, every day is a day of love. So Valentine's is not that much special in that respect. I try to give love and show love as often as possible. But for me, it's a little bit different. And like I said earlier, it is the celebration of the anniversary of my mother's transition. My mother transitioned today 17 years ago. And a little bit later on, like I said, in the Saturday stew, we'll share in I'll share the right megawatt. Love every day. Every day is love. I'll share that tribute. It's an arrangement of Sweet Hour of Prayer. Those of you who love that song, it's a different kind of an arrangement. And I'll tell the story behind the arrangement as we're in the broadcast. Carol, much love to you. Welcome to the broadcast. I hope each and every one of you that are on here right now, all 401 devices represented, I hope y'all told somebody, and brought somebody along. Because today we're talking some things. We're talking some more of the things. We're gonna have a couple of guests on, and so the broadcast, of course, will be quite live and alive. So again, you want it to be a part of that experience. OJLDF.net. If you haven't been on the website before, please, please, please go visit the website and see how you can get involved with what the foundation is doing. The One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Big on democracy. When you look at what is happening in Jamaica right now, you don't see where democracy is at the forefront of anything, right? And as such, we need to find avenues where our voices can be heard. And hey, Donna, how you doing? I'm gonna call your name. Ah, no, don't feel no way. Don't feel no way. Don't feel no way. Jennifer Dawkins, much love. Laura, blessings to you. Walk like a champion. Walk out, pandem, yes. Yvonne, blessings. You and my mom have the same first name, so you have to be an awesome woman, Yvonne. Let me pull down this document here before I get into trouble with producer Joan. Oh yes, Donna. I celebrate the legacy of my mother all the time. If there's ask anybody that know me, if there's one person that I talk about a lot, it's my mother. Um, I grew up pretty much as a mama's boy. My father left Jamaica when I was about 4 or 5, when I was about 5 actually, and he came back one time. I celebrate his life too. He passed away 3 days after my mother's birthday. Um, no, my mother had passed away a few years prior to him transitioning. And y'all would have heard me talk about my father also when I address issues of prostate health. My father, his brother, my mother's father, they all passed away from prostate cancer being the forefront of their ailments. She hear you, If there's one thing I firmly believe, Donna, my mother, she hears when I talks to her. Whenever I talk to her, she hears, and people can call me crazy. Them can call me whatever them want to call me. Just don't forget to call me for dinner. And so I talk with my mother, and there's a picture of my mother. As soon as you walk into my house, you'll see a picture of my mother. There are two of them. One of them with me as a child looking up to her, and one is just her. And if there's anything that anybody knows, as a mama's boy, I celebrate my mother 24/7. Yeah? Best believe that. And as such, I have a different level of respect for women generally and single mothers specifically. A different level of respect. Why? Because I see what I've lived some of what they go through. And when you have some women who choose to be single mothers out of spite, they hold a different kind of place and they have a different kind of recognition from me. I won't say on this platform or broadcast, well, maybe I'll say it on this platform, but I won't say it on this broadcast, what exactly and how exactly I feel about people like that. But today is not that day. Today is not for that event. Today is for all the other things and all the other loves. Yes? And so if there's anybody that you want to big up in the chat, go ahead and send them a message, put the at, and say, boy, much love to you. If nobody told you today, you are loved. I got some messages and big ups to some people. Much love to you. I may not know you personally, but the love goes out, yeah? Carol says, I raise my children all by myself. I am super proud of them now. And yes, you should be. But Megawatt, I always knew we had something in common. You consider yourself a mama's boy too? Yes, yes, yes. Big ups to you. Thank you very much. It's good to have some awesome people in your life. And when you have them, you celebrate them and you recognize them. So my mom can't stand her sometime. Oh, you can't stand her sometime, but when all is said and done, she's the best. No, no. No, sir. Miss XTN, much love to you. Yes, and okay, so Tamu, you're a daddy's girl. It's awesome to be that too. Your time will come. We'll big you up come June, yeah. Janet Monday, much love, much love. But go ahead, exchange some greetings. One of the things that we don't do enough is recognize and celebrate each other. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be a situation where you have accomplished something awesome and something great has happened in your life. The mere fact that you're here today in this moment, that is worth celebrating. And when you get the opportunity to big up each other, take it. And this is why I'm asking that you send messages to each other in the chat right here, right now. Those who you can definitely identify that they're female or mothers. In my case, I'm talking about having mothers and showing love for it because my mother transitioned today, 17 years ago. Y'all can big up somebody as a mother. But more so, just send somebody some love. Megawatt, I love you, brother. Just to make you know. I never tell you before, me I tell you right now. Live and in living color, I love you, brother. This is one of the things that, as a community, we need to do more because it helps us to build stronger and better bonds so that we can move together, move forward towards a common goal that much more unified. Why is that important? Differences of opinion are expected in all relationships. The foundation your relationship is built on will determine how that difference of an opinion plays out. You can either take the position where it's going to blow up into a big argument and cause a rift between you, or it can be that you take the time out to understand where it is that each person is coming from in their position, respect the position, but not necessarily agree with it. And as such, you grow together, agreeing to disagree, but not losing the connection and the love. You understand? So, um, so, so you want compete now, Donna? You want Megawatt to know that you love him more than I love him? All right, cool. I'll take a loss. I can't win them all. And so when we take the time out to celebrate and recognize and show love to each other, anything that someone outside come in, and I want to say outside, someone that is not a part of the group as yet, but looking to become a part of the group, or even some people that come on that comments and are distractors and detractors, we show them love too. Because it became even more famous when Michelle Obama said it. When they go low, we go high. As Jamaicans, people could say, boy, you get high, but that's okay. Every now and then, it's okay to go high. Much love, Colleen. Blessings to you. Melissa, blessings. Welcome to the broadcast. Um, Please send love to Andrew Holness, who just increased our taxes. Ooh. Yeah, Andrew needs love too. Sorry. Prime Minister Holness. Let me not let me place the recognition where it belongs. Prime Minister Holness needs love too. So yes, let's give him some love. Although he just raised the taxes. I didn't hear of that. Blessings, Glenn. Much love to you. And I must admit, I missed out on that one. When the taxes raised? which taxes were raised. But didn't they say no new taxation? People. Mm. OT, OT, OTX. Listen, you're a profi. Um, it may be beneficial for us to keep the prime minister around just for a little bit longer so that he can learn from his mistakes and help to right some wrongs. Um, you'll be very glad to know. I was supposed to show off my red and black. It's red I have on today, Don't bother if you say it's just black I have on. I have on red. It's just that you don't see parts of it. See, red and black. My red out. I have on my red people, but my not ready eye. Just so that you know. Um, I realized today that I don't have a red tie. And so my mission this year is to get a nice red tie so that um, next year I'll be ready for Valentine's with a red tie. People, when the promos come on, you will hear what I'm laughing about. um, but here's what we're going to do because promos love to do some little things. Promos, when you're there. Ah, oh my goodness. Um, I say an empty chair. I don't even know when the chair get empty a while ago. Wait, what's going on here? Okay, okay, that's odd. He's here, but not supposed to be here. Oh, there. Okay, people. No, Donna, is not that. Um, Patricia says, I love OT, Joan, Ratty, Kevin, Stew, all diaspora brother and sister, Marky G and the PNP all in the chat. So on to the JLP, Patricia. JLP not get the love. I tell you, say it's love day today. All right. One thing, not because you're not pleased with what they do means that you don't love them. As parents, one of the things, just join me whenever you're ready, Provost. One of the things as parents that we have learned to do is to love our children in discipline. Yeah, not their indiscipline, but love them in disciplining them. So they have done something that they require. So if JLP can get love to the people have said no. Why would I read around prof? But yes, they are people too, and they deserve love too. But you, some people get tough love, right? So they require a lot of seemingly harsh treatment in order for them to do the right thing. And so their love is harder than some others. So as we go through this broadcast, as we address some issues, remember at the core of it all, it is for the love of Jamaica and Jamaicans. This broadcast here, I can tell you, came about as a result of the love of a community. Understand this. You see that background that Provost has? What we talk about today started 3 years ago, as a means. Yeah, man, you might live. You might live. Um, as a means to address the love for that community. Incidentally, that community behind the provost is the same community that my grandparents, my father's parents lived in. The same streets and corners that Will used to walk as a child was where my grandparents lived. And some of the stories of the community of those areas I can relate to because I visited my grandparents as an adult up to their passing. And I've, as a schoolboy, played ball on those streets because I would leave from St. George's College, go to Waterhouse, play ball on the road, and then go to Zeta Gardens where I lived before moving to UNN. I got in trouble for it. I got in trouble for it a few times, but out of love, of course. Because again, we'll come back to love, yeah? So, Provost, it's good to see you. Yeah, shock out in a like a red accent. Show up for me. I have my red accent too. That's my red accent for me.
Don't worry, I'm a red tie for you. I heard your comments. You realize you don't have one, so don't worry. In the spirit of brotherly love, share and share alike.
That is it. That is it. Much love, my brother. And so with that, I pass over to you to get caught up and like, do your pleasantries so that we can get into it.
Yes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, students, welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University with the provost, yours truly, and Professor DJ Kevin. Where you there, Stu? And by the way, folks, don't forget, when we finish at 8 o'clock tonight, DJ Kevin Stew will regale you with all kinds of music. He'll have you dancing on your toes from 8 to 10. And then I return and I will go from 10 to midnight. So just keep that in mind. Soon as we finish at 8 o'clock, just switch. Well, you don't even have to switch. Whatever you have to do, because I'm not familiar with the technology, Kevin will tell you, and then you just jump on and then you just support the thing. All right. Today, we will continue to discuss content-rich Jamaica and provide you with information to effect change. Disclaimer, we have one guest coming on today. And in the spirit of Miss Elaine, she always reminds me, you need to put out your disclaimer. So we'll just say the opinions that you'll hear from the guest must be attributed only to that guest. And don't think that we are endorsing or promoting the guest's position. And when I say we, I'm talking about DJ Kevin Stew, myself, and Reggae Global Radio. Tonight, Relax with the Rebel to celebrate Valentine's Day. And see me, I wear my red, you know. Kevin, I wear my red, but I can't really see him red. You know, I have to do like a hands up and I'll kind of jump up and down when I see him. But my red, here it is, right? Where we're red.
I have red accents. Red accents on my tie, you know. Red accents on my tie. You can't see them.
Yeah,
go on. You see them.
So to celebrate Valentine's Day, we're going to feature on tonight's program Lovers Rock. Not much advertising is necessary. You know when we say Lovers Rock exactly what we're talking about. And just arrange with your favorite person to join me from 10 to midnight on Reggae Global Radio. Easy like Sunday with the Rebel. We still haven't decided yet on a Sunday. Stay tuned. Come Reason with Rattigan, Wednesday night program. Oh man, this past Wednesday was a humdinger of a program. We had on Mama Rose and a herbalist in the ilk of Dr. Ben. And I'm telling you, it was a fantastic program. She came on with her daughter, and we're planning to have them on again real soon. thanks to all of you for joining us and supporting the program this past Wednesday. Again, the struggle is real, and so we will continue the fight. And let me just say, I'm a little bit late because I was in deep contemplation of some actions that that I should or shouldn't take. And that's part of the big announcement. You're going to hear it later on this evening. And, you know, some people are going to be very disappointed with me. And some people are just going to say, well, you know what, it's life. We support you. Whatever you do, whatever you want to do or don't do, we support you. And stay tuned for that. But we can send out some greetings. Prayers. Papa Trevor, Margene, Bonnie Jump, my brother, Jonah Marie, small boss, big boss, real boss. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, get well soon, my brother, and Roland, stay some, my brother. Last week, I big up some people from Alman Town and some other places. This week, I big up Sagled, Erie, and Pulu from Firehouse. Big up on yourself, my brethren. And finally, big up to my inner circle, the production team. Big up yourself, producer Joan, producer OT, and of course, my main man, DJ Kevin, where you there? Stu. And you know, we have to add another small group of people to that. But we'll tell you more about that later on. So, having said that, go ahead.
Before you even go a step further, there's a certain person that you bigged up that this week is celebrating an Earth Date.
Brown dog, you talk about?
No, sir.
OT, you talk about?
It's a different browning. The Sharp Boss celebrates an Earth Date this week.
Oh, yeah.
This coming week.
Yeah? You know, I spoke to her yesterday, right? And she said, I got take her on, you know, take her to task, because every time I call her, Kevin, I start feel conscious, because every time I call her, she said to me, I'm going to call you back. I'm at such and such a place. I'm going to call you back. And then Ed, then she'll come back and say, Ed, I must call you back. I'm going to say, okay, Fireball, tell her to call me back. And then she said, but I can't stay. I have to go right now. So it's not getting complex, you know. So I call her later and say, what's going on here? You know? Now, beat and teach is your WhatsApp number for this program. No beat and teach. The when I say no beat and teach, meaning don't beat and teach people. No. There's a number, but it's not for this program. It's for the Wednesday night program. That's when you can come on and you can voice your opinion. This program is for us to do presentations and to educate, elevate the people. The Wednesday night program is when the people now start giving us feedback, you know, start giving us constructive criticism, start giving us ideas. So tune into that Wednesday night program. The number will be flashing across the screen. So then, not today. Well, maybe Joan will put it across the screen. But tune in to Come Reason with Rattigan on a Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, and you'll get a chance to call in. And let me just say sincere apologies to those who wanted to call in on the number this past Wednesday night, because I got so carried away with the conversation that I didn't open the phone line. And then when I realized it was too late. So my sincere apologies. Oh, by the way, don't blame me. Blame OT. OT didn't know us. You know, she's right now. Jesus, everything in blame me. But I said the thing go OT. Right,
you know what?
Go ahead.
I have not today expressed love for OT and Joan. So let me publicly say, I love you, OT. I love you, Joan.
Me too. What can I say? You know, you have to follow the line, right? So we can't depart. Yeah. But it's true though. Both of us, we really and truly love those people. I mean, they're godsend. Really love them. Big up on yourself. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you in the chat, watching, wherever, and to Joan and OT.
Yes.
OT said, oh, Kev, so warm to me. She said, oh, Kev, OT warm to me. Marva McLean, big up yourself. All right. All right. Here's what happened now, folks. We're starting off late. My fault, as usual. We have a bunch of things to talk about. I don't think we're going to get to them. I can tell you that right now. And we cut the program by about 2 programs. No, by about 2 segments. And we ended up with 4 segments for today. We're going to go at a reasonable pace because we want you to understand what's going on. Marva said that not sound too sincere. What me say no, Marva? Marva, why you beat me up, man? Oh, Mega, what? Hey, Mega, you didn't show up last week, Saturday. You were noticeably absent, and as a result of that, somebody might be wearing your pajama. You're right. That's all I've never said. Somebody might be wearing your pajama. All right. Let's start with this, Kev. I think this is a nice way to start because this goes to the very heart of the problems affecting Jamaica. Now, I know some of you will say, well, it affects a whole bunch of countries. It's true, but we're not talking about a whole bunch of countries. We're talking about Jamaica. And what we're saying is that we're not looking at what other people are doing. We should be trying to do what's right for ourselves instead of looking and saying, well, they're doing it. Yes, it's wrong. They're doing it. And so, what's the difference? We are Jamaicans. We set the trend, right? So make us set the trend and clean up the place. Here's the first video. Oh, wait a minute. Jump into this. How could I forget? Beautiful university. SSB, big up yourself. Lies are dispelled and truth is upheld around here. Spring semester, week 6. We still haven't done the first pop quiz yet. And we have a midterm coming up. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. Here's the syllabus. Here's what we're going to talk about today. Minister TUFTON, UA, Company 2, Company 3. We have someone from Company 2. We anticipate having someone from Company 2 here to talk to us about what's going on. Murder statistics are the numbers.
Think they're going to show. I don't think they're going to show.
All right. Well, then, we have Company 3. We have lots of stories, so that's fine. Will the diaspora election be declared invalid? All of you are critical thinkers. And remember what I said, you can parse through words. That's all I'm going to say there. Here we are, the faculty, the provost, and the producer Joan. And if you take off this word, adjunct, the man get him stripe. And the guest lecturers, we were expecting Mr. Dennis Gordon. He's going to be a no-show. Mr. Clemente Banks, we expect him to be here. But who knows? He might not. I know he's watching right now. So, Mr. Banks, 5 o'clock. The Jamaican people in the diaspora, you're all guest lecturers. All guest lecturers. Go ahead, sir.
Of course, we encourage you to be active listeners at all times. Be open-minded so that we can use this time effectively. It's important that you are present. Comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. So the idle chatter, the distracting and detracting, that's not very conducive to constructive discussion. Celebrate others' contributions. Thank you for your input. That might not be what we're talking about right now, but we're appreciative of you being here. And enjoy the experience, especially on a day like today. We want to enjoy each other because tomorrow is not promised to anyone. So enjoy the moment we have right here, right now, and teach somebody something. Call somebody and say, listen, come over here so come learn something about your country and what is going on there. Provost.
All right. Thank you. It is better to live as a lion for one day rather than 100 years as a sheep. And some people have said, hey, why you keep putting these things up? I would say, yeah, we'll put them up because these things are inspirational. They're inspirational. And it's part of the process. It's almost like, well, you start slow and you wean people off of the defeatism where they feel like they can't do certain things. And you let them know that just start thinking through these things, these profound statements, and you can use them too. In fact, we encourage you to use them, and we encourage you to become these statements. See what I'm saying? We encourage you to become a lion, not a sheep. So it's better to live as a lion for one day rather than 100 years as a sheep. We're going to get to it. Love truth even if it hurts you, and hate lies even if they help you. Truth, truth, truth. We will go down speaking the truth if that's what it means. If it means that we're going to be defeated speaking the truth, then we will be defeated because we're not changing. We're not stooping to telling lies. Because at the end of the day, you have to live with the man in the mirror or the woman in the mirror. You have to live with yourself. And the lies may not catch up to you today. But remember this, it may be long, but it won't be forever. At some point, they'll catch up to you. They will catch up to you. See there, folks. I guess this is our Valentine thing's given to the people. Love doesn't make the world go round. Love is what makes the ride worthwhile. Big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Follow me, ladies. Big up on yourself. Brethren, big up on yourself, though. All right. Well, stop it right there, so. And we'll move on. Here's the first video. We played it last week, but this is like the foundation. Here we go.
Sometimes the smartest people you know do the most idiotic of things. Why is it that an expert in one field can look like a fool in another? Well, according to the philosopher Nathan Ballantyne, it might be down to something called epistemic trespassing. Epistemic trespassing is when an expert in one field thinks that they are an expert in another. So if you are good at coding, at astrophysics or medicine, you imagine that you are good at politics, at sociology or at anthropology. Epistemic trespassing is when a tech billionaire who thinks that because he is successful in one industry, he can solve a complex geopolitical crisis. Or it's when a brilliant physicist believes that their mastery of maths makes them an authority on public health. Ballantyne argues that those who are well qualified and who have decades of earned experience often have a kind of intellectual pride or halo effect that blinds them to their own boundaries. Of course, some subjects overlap and there are transferable skills, but Ballantyne argues that to avoid trespassing, we should calibrate our knowledge when we approach other fields. In other words, we need to be less sure of ourselves and more willing to bow to others who know better. As Plato's Socrates put it, the beginning of wisdom is knowing how limited your knowledge is. And in a world of loud opinions, we need to recognize that just because somebody is a genius in one area, that doesn't make them an authority in another.
Simple enough. Did you just mute? I think you muted both.
Yeah, no, one. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah.
All right. Oh, by the way, folks, come next week, all of these problems will be
why people have so big talk, you see what?
Tax implications. Where we have that now? With the Prime Minister, the tax implication. The articles, the tax implications.
Yeah, those are on the PMIC. PMI. Okay, here we go. All right. Folks, I don't know how many of you, let me share the screen. Hold on. Never call the name in a megawatt. But if you can pin the tail on a particular donkey, go right ahead.
All right. Megawatt I get attitude. All right. Here we go. Here's the first one. All right, folks. I don't know how many of you I've seen this article where it says 11 car dealers that falsely filed zero income reported 4 billion Jamaican dollars after
With a B.
with a B. I hope you understand the headline. 11 car dealers in Jamaica, they reported zero income. And TAJ, the taxing authorities in Jamaica, they went after them. And when they went after them, the 11 car dealers coughed up. Or they reported 4 billion. They're saying, yeah, 4 billion we didn't pay, we didn't notify you, we intentionally didn't notify you. Because it says falsely filed zero. So they didn't talk about it. And then whoops, 4 billion, right? And it says, the article says 11 used car dealers that previously declared no income later reported more than 4 billion in pre-tax earnings. That is 4 billion they have to pay taxes on. Tax Administration Jamaica says. That's the first one. We can just leave it because there's another article, but we'll start with this. Now, look at this. Company linked to Prime Minister Holness files zero tax return. Stop right there. Company linked to Prime Minister Holness files zero tax return. The first one, 11 car dealers filed zero tax return. And then it was determined that 4 billion they didn't pay taxes on. See, the Prime Minister now files zero. Let's show you something. Before we do that, though, I want to show you this before we get into the Prime Minister's thing. Listen to
You would have noted something a little bit different that we don't usually do. We don't usually necessarily take on misinformation and disinformation or information that is false. That is changing. We are going to have to do so in this context where something is said that is not true. We will be countering it. We will come with the receipts. We will play the videos. From months ago, we have the records and we will do that. We have to focus on being able to respond to misinformation and disinformation. There's a lot of that out there in the public sphere, and we cannot leave it unchallenged. And so you will be seeing new approaches from the Ministry of Information in terms of dispelling those things. And in many instances, we call them misinformation and disinformation. Those are fancy words for lies. And so where there are lies, we will be correcting them. And there have been many of those. And I know Minister Morgan will be working very closely with me in relation to addressing that issue of lies that are proliferating. And we will give you the facts. And that's why we ask you to tune in here. Because we bring the ministers, we open them up for challenge and allow them to tell you the work that we're doing, and we tell you what we are doing in cabinet. Because what we do is not secret. We're doing it because we've been asked to do this by the people of Jamaica. And we take that role very, very seriously.
Well, she was asked by the people of Jamaica to do it. I don't know if that is AXED or ASKED. I don't know. Again, English is my second language. I'm a patois expert. So, but here's what she said. She said, we're going to come with receipts. We're going to play the videos. Misinformation, disinformation, fancy words for flat out lies. And she and whomever, they'll be correcting them. And then they'll be dispelling them. We just said that the Prime Minister, company linked to Prime Minister files zero tax return, yet gives loan of 20 million. That's the second part, yet gives loan of 20 million. I want them tell me now what we're going to show you. I want them tell me now if this is misinformation, if this is disinformation or flat out lies. Or we could say or and flat out lies. All right, here we go. How many of you remember this? We talk about this many, many times, but I just want, how many of you remember this? Let me get the page number. Let me get it. Hold on, people. Stay with me. 6 more pages. 142. All right, here we go. All right. See that? You can see that, Professor?
Yes. Yes.
Says issue number 3. This, by the way, folks, is the Commission's investigation on the Prime Minister's statutory declaration. Remember where we started? We started with 11 car dealerships claiming 0 taxes. They found billions after they were investigated. Was it 4 billion? Mm-hmm. And they're going to have to pay taxes on that. Let's go to, this is a receipt. This is not a video. This is for the minister who just spoke. This is a receipt. It says tax compliance concerns. It says the Integrity Commission considered the following. Look at this. First, the financial statements provided by Mr. Holness indicate that in 2021, Imperium earned at least 5.1 million, yes, 5.1 million in dividend, exchange gains, and interest. 5 million. Notwithstanding, Imperium filed a nil tax return for 2021 and 2022. Now, if you recall, Imperium, the Prime Minister, he was there for Imperium. Look at the second one. Positive Media Management Accounts. And these are companies that he formed during COVID, during 2020. It says, statements of comprehensive income for 2021, submitted by Mr. Holness, indicates total income of $20 million. Notwithstanding the $20 million total income, Positive Media filed a nil tax return for 2021 and 2022, indicating that the business had not engaged in any revenue generating activity over the 2 years of its existence. So that they had income of 20 million. The Prime Minister says, Positive Media says, no, nil tax returns. We don't make nothing. Look at number 3, Estate Bridge. It says Estate Bridge, the profit and loss statement for the year ending in 2021, December 31st, 2021, shows interest income of 1 million. Notwithstanding, Estate Bridge filed a nil tax returns for 2021, which means that the business has not engaged in any revenue generating activity in that year, meaning that the company don't make no money. So where did they have this million in interest income? No money. Look at this one. There's a company called Green Emerald. And the Green Emerald is a company down in the heart of the ghetto, Henderson Avenue. I think over Cockburn Pen. At the heart of the ghetto. And they loaned the Prime Minister's company money. They loaned Positive Media. Here it is right here. They loaned them 20.6 million. Here it is right here. Green Emerald provided loans to Positive Media to the tune of 20.6 million and appeared to be in operation March 2021 to May 2022. And look at what Green Emerald filed. Nil taxes for 2021 and tax returns declaring income of $355,000. Where them get, with this company in the heart of the ghetto, where them get 20 million for lend the Prime Minister, 20.6 million for lend the Prime Minister company? Where? I could keep going. So, the commission said there is sufficient basis on, hold on, let me go back and just make it clear to people. Let me just make it clear. Folks, It's on page 142 of the Integrity Commission's report concerning the Prime Minister's statutory declaration. And it starts out, the caption is tax compliance concerns. And the first company, Imperium, filed nil tax return, even though they have 5 million. They had 5 million to declare. Then the second one, Positive Media, another company associated with the Prime Minister, nil, even though it had total income of 20 million. No tax return. Estate Bridge, third company, nil tax return for 2021. They had interest income of 1 million. And then we have a company that is Green Emerald, that is affiliated with the Prime Minister's company, in the sense that they loaned the Prime Minister's company, Positive Media, did some kind of an advertisement thing for them. They paid the Prime Minister's company, paid them to do the advertising, and then they loaned them 20.6 million. And you see it right there, Green Emerald filed nil tax returns for 2021. Now, to be clear, the Prime Minister doesn't own Green Emerald, and there's no evidence that he's on the board, he has any influence, or he's providing direction to them. Only thing we're saying is that this company loaned the Prime Minister's company. They did work for them. They paid the Prime Minister's company, Positive Media, and then they loaned them 20.6 million. A little beanie company down in the heart of the ghetto, professor. Where did they get the money from? And then filed nil tax return. So here's what the Integrity Commission said. It says, in all of the circumstances that I just mentioned to you, that is in the document, it said there is sufficient basis on which to make a referral to the Commissioner General, TAJ, Tax Administration, Jamaica, and the Financial Investigation Division for a determination as to the appropriateness of the filing of nil tax returns and whether there is any financial impropriety on the part of the companies. Look at the next sentence. On a preliminary assessment, the tax returns filed by Green Emerald, that's the company that's located on Henderson Avenue, Cockburn Pen, Prime Minister's constituency. It says the tax returns filed by Green Emerald do not demonstrate that this company has the income generating capacity to be in a position to lend the Prime Minister's company 20 million. There it is right there. They said, Green Emerald, you in the middle of the ghetto, you not make no money. You're not a big established company. How you come about loaning the Prime Minister's company, Positive Media, 20 million? How is that? All right. We're not finished it.
Provost,
Yes, go ahead.
what kind of industry is Green Emerald in?
Green Emerald is like my understanding is that it's like a wholesale, like a small wholesale in the middle of the community.
And what kind of industry are the other entities in?
The Positive Media is in the it's in the
Advertising and broadcasting.
yeah, it's in the broadcasting thing, it's in the PR public relations thing. And in fact the Prime Minister says, yeah, it was developed to help with his party and private interests to do PR work for them. So if anything, they should be
They didn't
loaning.
need market me then.
Huh?
They didn't need market me.
And that's why you're the professor, right? How come they didn't go to market me? How come how come this company, how come Positive Media, the Prime Minister's company, a PR company, how come they didn't do the market me thing? Well, I guess that would be conflict of interest, right?
There's that, and there's the other part of it where it's just not as comfortable in that space.
Well, indeed. Let me go to 171 now. No, sorry, 151. All right, here we go. This is all talking about where money came from and how the Prime Minister couldn't, the Integrity Commission can't figure out where all this money came from. So Here is it, the point I just made. It says, the evidence obtained by the DI suggests that Positive Media, the Prime Minister's company, was funding another company, the Prime Minister, another company owned by the Prime Minister's Imperium, rather than Imperium funding Positive Media, because Positive Media never have no money. So how Positive Media can I fund Imperium? Amounts totaling over 70 million were transferred from Positive Media to Imperium, and over 50 million from Imperium to Positive Media during the relevant period. A surplus of approximately 20 million remain in Imperium's account. And them say this will need to be ventilated. So you see money going this way, money coming this way. It's a mess. It's a mess. Look at this, 6.1.5. On the point we're talking about, the nil filing, the tax filings. It says, the Integrity Commission concludes that the filing of nil income tax returns for the years 2021 and 2022 on the part of Imperium, Prime Minister's company, Estate Bridge, Prime Minister was affiliated with that company, and Positive Media, Prime Minister is affiliated with that company as well, in circumstances where those companies reported income and other business activities in their audited financial statements poses significant tax compliance concerns. So they're saying, look, these companies were making money. So how is it that they turn out saying they're filing nil? They don't make any money. We have the records showing that they made money. So how is it that they're saying they don't make any money? So 6.15, let's go to 6.22. Here it is. The Integrity Commission further concludes that the foregoing conduct on the part of Imperium, Estate Bridge, Positive Media, and Green Emerald on its face constitutes a fundamental undermining of the tax laws, and more particularly a breach. This breach deprived the government of the opportunity to make an assessment as to whether any taxes were due for the years 2021 and 2022 in respect of the named companies, and if so, the amount due and payable. Now, they were very kind, they meaning the Integrity Commission, because here's what happened now, my Jamaican people. If you was a small business, money, you know, if you was a small business person owe money and then find out that you do all of these things, you file, it's a false filing. That is a crime. It's a false filing. If them catch you, dog, nyam your supper. But here's this, that the Prime Minister is there, central, at least 3 of the companies who won't put him with Green Emerald, but we know he's very involved with Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media. Nil taxes, and so far what's happened? Nothing. Nothing has happened, my people. Nothing. Nothing.
And that says something.
Yeah. Here it is. They say respecting the tax compliance concerns around the filing of nil income tax returns on the part of Imperium, Estate Bridge, Positive Media, and Green Emerald. Just remember those companies. Imperium, Estate Bridge, Positive, they should just roll off your tongue when you talk about the Prime Minister. It says, filing nil income tax in circumstances where they appeared to be engaged in business activities. The Commission recommends that a copy of this report be referred to the Commissioner General Tax Administration, Jamaica, for the necessary assessment to be made and where required for the appropriate penalties to be imposed. Now, here's the thing. The Integrity Commission, or the Commission, they made a referral to the Financial Investigative Division. Why? Because they said the Prime Minister was not cooperating. Now, as you've heard me say many times, they should have gone to court and request an order compelling the Prime Minister to provide the information. Let him oppose it. Don't run to the FID first. Go to the court. They didn't. They went over there and they gave the stuff to FID. So FID is looking at it from the perspective of, what do you call it, Kevin? Not illicit enrichment. Yeah, no. Illicit, help me out, my people. Illicit,
Well, if it's not eliciting enrichment, then it's tax avoidance.
yeah, illicit enrichment. The one that they've referred over to, they referred
Yes.
to FID. All right.
Yes.
But here's what happened. What they didn't refer to FID was the tax piece.
Right.
So the question now is, and the FID piece, you know, it's in court, right? So somebody could reasonably say, okay, that part is in court, and that has to do with his cooperation. But this piece that you see on the screen, this has to do with a referral to the Commissioner General, not the Financial Investigative Division. So the FID doesn't have any impact on this. The tax people could go ahead, look at the records, make a finding. This has been a while and we haven't heard anything. This has been quite some time and we haven't heard anything. And here's the thing, they didn't, or they don't have to go digging for the information, because the Integrity Commission, the commission, they have all of the income statements. They have all the information. They have all the information. So I don't understand why TAJ hasn't come out with a ruling yet. We see this. We see this one. We see this. And don't get me wrong. You try to avoid taxes, or no, you try to evade taxes, that's a crime. Tax avoidance is not a crime. Tax evasion is a crime. And these people try to evade taxes by saying zero income when they had a grand total of $4 billion in income. But TAJ made a decision and went after these people and brought them to court. Here it is, that they pled guilty to income tax offenses, and it lists the company. So the question is, why haven't you gone after the Prime Minister? Why haven't you gone after him? And we haven't heard anything. Now here's the Prime Minister.
Those people, and I'm saying it here, who are vested in telling you lies to mislead you. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe they want the country to descend in chaos. They don't like to see law and order. I'm saying to you, be careful of the information that you consume. Information is like food. If you consume bad food, it will make your body unhealthy. If you consume bad information, it will make your mind unhealthy. Why would somebody come on social media, make a post and say something that the government never said? And some people believe it. I urge all of you to think before you consume the lies that people are telling you. It will only lead you to make bad decisions.
I have a question for the Prime Minister. What if you consume good food? You talk about consuming bad food, and it will lead you to bad decisions. So tell us about consuming good food now. Good food like what we just showed. That you have three companies that you are directly involved with, and a fourth that you're indirectly involved with. They're all filing nil taxes. Is that bad food? Or is that good food? We noticed that you didn't say anything about good food. We noticed that. Here's advice for you coming from a member of your cabinet.
Something. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Yes, Mr. Prime Minister, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. So, what we're going to do now, Daily Roberts and Mr. Remember, Taj went after Darval's brother for tax non-compliance and he lost his job. There you go. There you go. So we're going to move on now. We just wanted to start out with you with that story, just showing you how one set of laws, but two different applications, where the motor car dealers, they filed nil taxes and they were found guilty and they had to make a payment. And then the prime minister now, he has 3 companies that he's directly involved with. And the referral was made. And this is a very simple matter because the documents are there. And we don't know why. Love will find? I have no idea. I have no idea. Good question. I have no idea. So let's move on to this. How many of you heard about this? There you go. Opposition cries backdoor politics as FID bill passes Senate. How many of you, this was February 7th, a week ago. Not sure how many of you made note of this. But here's what happened with this case. The government, you know, they have the majority in the Senate. And you know that, remember, people were saying, oh, they have, the opposition now has twice as many people in the House of Representatives. And they're always going to have, if you're the opposition, you're always going to have the minority in the Senate. And they were saying, well, now we have power. Yes and no. If a vote requires something having to do with the Constitution, a 2/3 majority, yeah, you have power. But if it requires just a simple majority, you really don't have much power. You have more voices, but the voices, they don't add up to power. Because if you don't have the numbers, you're going to lose every time. This is what happens right here. It says the government used its majority in the Senate to secure passage of a bill to amend the Financial Investigatives Division Act. And what's that? That has to do with Mr. Dennis Strong's operation. And people are saying that the chain of command is that the Mr. Dennis Strong, technical director, that person has to report to the Minister of Finance and the Public Service. And so they're saying, no, we need to change it. You can't have the minister granting oversight. And so they say, okay, let's amend it. And the amendment called for removing ministerial oversight. However, it says, because it has to do with the sharing of information. Who can you share information with? And they're saying, it's right here. It says, the bill is set to remove the long-standing requirement for the FID to obtain ministerial approval before entering into information sharing agreements with local and foreign agencies. So, you know, the minister they would have to come to the minister, and then the minister would exercise control, oversight, and say yes, no. So they said, no, we need to do away with that. And they did away with it. But here is what they did. And they thought they could trick the opposition. They said, okay, we're saying that you don't need a minister to sign off on it. But what we're going to do is we're going to do it consistent with the Constitution. And that makes sense. But then they inserted a little piece, a little thing in it that they didn't think people would have seen. And that is that phrase, established policy frameworks. So they say it must comply with the Constitution and establish policy frameworks. Let me move this. Kevin, that's the wrong one. That we'll move that. So here's what happens now. When you say establish policy frameworks, who are you talking about? The government again. So now it's not the minister. No, we know it's the cabinet. And who is in the cabinet? The ruling party, the government. So the opposition was up in arms and said, no. This is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You've removed it from the minister, and now you've made it within the province of the cabinet, the prime minister. And they thought nobody would see that. Nobody would make any mention of it. And they got caught.
Who is going to raise an objection?
Well, the opposition did. But they did it within the confines of the Senate and the House of Representatives. If I understand where you're going with it, you're talking outside.
Right.
Those precincts. You're saying outside the precinct of the Senate and the House of Representatives, who's going to raise an objection? And then you have civil society, you have churches, business groups, community groups, NGOs, that's non-governmental organizations. You have all of these people who could have raised it. Because here's the thing, it's about sharing information. It's about sharing information. Who's going to approve the FID sharing information? Now you see what's going to happen now. Now it was the minister. It was the minister. Here is how the little trickery works. Here's how it works. When they say governmental policy, if that policy is made by the cabinet, guess what? ATI cannot help you because discussions in the cabinet are exempt from ATIs. You might have gotten away with it if it was just the minister. File an ATI and said, tell us, provide documentation regarding this and regarding that. But you can't get away with it now, trying to use an ATI to obtain that information, because now it's going to be within the province of the cabinet. And once it's with the cabinet, there is that is an exception to providing you with information under the Access to Information Act. And guess what, my people? It is now, it has passed, it has been amended. So essentially it's law. Essentially, I think the Governor General has to sign off on it, but you know what's going to happen there. So again, another case where they take the Jamaican people for idiots. They said, oh yes, we're going to do it based on the Constitution. They say that out loud, we're going to do it based on the Constitution and policy considerations. People never hear it.
Whisper piece. Whisper
the second piece. They say, it's going to be, we're taking it from the minister. Yes, people, we believe in transparency. And so we're going to take it from the minister, and we're going to have it make it consistent with the Constitution and policy considerations. The policy considerations, because you think, well, who make policy considerations? The government. And who is the government? The cabinet. I mean, in a technical sense, the government is the opposition and the leading party, but for these purposes, the government is the cabinet. They set policy for the country. They set policy for the country. So this is not good. This is definitely not good. All right. Anything you want to say, Professor, before we go into crime statistics?
what I'm saying basically applies to both where we're coming from and where we're going. Pay attention to the things that are not said. That is one thing I want to say to my people. Pay attention to what is not said. And Will demonstrated it. The provost demonstrated it excellently. Whisper the last piece so that nobody not really hear. I hope that nobody asked what was said. Pay attention to the things not said, people.
And say, win the right. Elections have consequences. Elections have consequences. For those of you, so those of you who didn't vote, I don't want to hear any complaints. I don't want to hear any complaints if you didn't vote. Because if you didn't vote, as we used to say, and as we still say, take where you get. Take where you get. Because by not voting, you're actually voting for this. There's a connection.
That is a catch-22, you know. You don't vote because, well, first of all, you need to know why the voting not happening. Is it that you don't hold a position on where you want to vote, so you end up in a stalemate and just didn't do it? Or you just decide that you're not going to vote? And when we make a statement like, hey, you get what you take. I mean, you take what you get. It puts us in a precarious position when there are other voting things that are also happening. So are you not voting to boycott? Or are you not voting just because? Why, I don't feel like it. Or has some people come around and said to you, don't worry about it, your vote is already in. So you didn't. As a voter, you will never get everything you want. Okay, freedom. As a person, you'll never get everything you want. Does that mean that you should not take certain steps to get what you can? So there are certain things that are afforded to us. Let's take advantage of them when we can. Make it count. Provost.
You know, Whole New World has made a very good point. She said, what about the people in the diaspora who don't get to vote? We'll say, because we don't get to vote, we must take what we get. That's an excellent observation.
That's what I was alluding to earlier.
Yeah, it's an excellent observation, because she's saying, well, and she can point to me, or he can point to me to say, well, you're saying people shouldn't vote, but then on the other hand, you're saying they must take what them get. And there is a distinction. There's a distinction. And here's the distinction. A national election in Jamaica, everybody knows about that. This global Jamaica diaspora, before we got on our soapbox and start blaring it out there through the technology of the microphone and video, very few people in the diaspora knew about it. Very few. And it wasn't doing anything for them. And if you listen carefully to what we say, don't vote where? In the Northeast.
In the Northeast.
Right. Remember, we said vote out West. In fact, kind of preempt. And let me show you something here.
I chose not to specifically say.
Hold on. Where's my photograph?
Diaspora.
I'm looking in it right now. Okay, I see them. All right, here we go. We have a big topic on diaspora today, but since who was it?
A Whole New World.
Whole new world. Whole new world raised a very good point. See, this is what we like around here. We like these kind of challenges where you say, yeah, how come you saying that? But then let me show you something here. Candidates. All right. Here we go. How many of you know these people? Here are your candidates for the Northeast. Honestly, no. Honestly, people in the Northeast, how many of you know these people? Do you know what their positions are? At least down in the South, guess what? They have town hall meetings where they have the candidates and they face questions so that you as a voter can be an informed voter about casting your vote because you're listening to what the candidates are saying. And of course, it's a promise. But that's all you have to go by. You have to go by whatever they promised, right? But look at this. Gian Baker. How many of you know Gian Baker? Meredith Beckford Smart. How many of you know her? Kamala Brown. How many of you know her? Kenisha Clark. How many of you know her? Mufan Abasi Cornell Gentle. How many of you know her? Simone Hamilton. How many of you know her? C. Louisa Lulu Hanchard Walker. How many of you know her? Gary Knight. How many of you know him? Lisa Lindo Duval. How many of you know her? Tamar Newman. How many of you know her? Raquel Palmer. How many of you know her? Michelle Neal. You know her because when you see her on the program where she came and she proved herself to be useless. That's how you know her. You don't know her because she's an achiever. You don't know her because she come out and she start helping people. You can say we see her in the community and she's actually very helpful to the development of the community. And she is upholding the mandate where it says that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is there to help you prosper in the country where you live. How many of you can say that? Seriously now. Seriously. No joking business. How many of you can say that about her? Hope Wade, bottom right, the lady with the blonde hairstyle. How many of you can say you know her? You know, if you say you know her, where do you know her? Right here, because she came. And what did she say? She said, I'll be working for the government. Kevin asked her the question, you know. Kevin was the one who asked her. And she went and said, yeah, I'll be working for the government.
In her defense, she did lose connection and said she would return.
And she did not. She promised that she promised that she was coming back. You ask her, you say, okay, I'll give yourself some time to read the policy and to read the terms of reference and then come back. And she agreed she'll be back in 2 weeks. And 2 weeks, what happened? She said, no, sir. And the same day that she was supposed to be here, she gave our producer a whole range of excuses. No.
But wasn't she on another broadcast that same day?
Well, I'm getting to that. She gave our producer a whole range of reasons why she couldn't make our program, right? Including funerals and a whole bunch of things. And then guess what? This very same day she was on a program. The very same day she was on a program. So how many of you know these people? So that's why we're saying to you, you can't vote here. You cannot vote here. Because guess what? The one person, I know I'm going to go up on my soapbox. I'm going to self-recommend. The one person that you could count on to challenge them. The one person you could count on to hold them accountable. The one person you could count on to ensure transparency. You're looking at him. And what happened? They approved me. They vetted me. They put me up. And you started voting for me. And it is my opinion. It is my belief. I don't have the evidence, but I just believe that the voting that started, I was ahead. I just believe that to be the case. And
I'm sorry. I say, let them prove you wrong.
Let them prove me wrong. But that is it. And then what happened? All of a sudden, they're gonna re-vet the candidates after a few weeks after vetting the candidates, and then now they're gonna re-vet the candidates, and they come up with all kinds of things. Between them and the dean, I'm bankrupt. I'm a convicted criminal. I have no reputation in the community and in my profession as a lawyer. All kinds of things. The one person who you know that you could depend on. You know you could depend on them, my people, because you know why? I don't need anything from them. The only thing I was going there to do is to ensure that you prosper in the Northeast and by extension globally. Because I was going there to try and influence other people to see the light. And so I'm no longer there. So we have these candidates. Now, the other people, we know two. We know of two. 4, 9, 13 people. The 11 candidates, we don't know them. We don't know the 11 people. The other two, we know them, and we don't want them. So that's why I'm saying to you, don't vote. Let them continue with their shenanigans. Let them continue with the farce of having a democratic voting process, free and fair election. Let them continue with it. Let them continue with it. But here's the thing. Go ahead.
Freedom made an interesting comment here. Freedom says, I think everyone should email their vote for Rattigan to the GJDC. And here's why I think that is interesting and also effective. If everybody emailed the GJDC and said, listen, Rattigan was on this thing when I saw it, and I vote for him. I don't know why he was removed. There's no proof of anything why he was removed. My vote is for Rattigan. And then everybody send a copy of that email to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation email. Let us compile it and see how many people out of the Northeast voted for Will Rattigan. We will have our own numbers. Then we will see how many people voted for those who did run in the election and get voted. And maybe that will give us some idea. Because here we go again. They would have to prove us wrong. So, I like Freedom's idea. I don't know who else have an opinion on it. Provost, what is your opinion on it? And anybody else in the chat, what is your opinion on it? But I like that idea, Freedom. So if you're in the Northeast, let's see what the provost says. I think that is one of our guests reaching out to him for what is to come. A couple of people here in the chat right now saying that they agree. I concur. Thank you, I Taylor. I didn't vote, and Helen Powderhouse, if them vote in my name. Well, see, that raises another question now, Elaine. Because you registered to vote, did they vote on your behalf? Because we know people to do that in local elections, in national elections in Jamaica. Okay. Vestel says, do it so we can show them. Big up, Vestel. Much love to you and the family. So, and there is the email. AOJLDF@gmail.com. That is the email to send your confirmation that you sent. Said, as a matter of fact, those of you who have your confirmations from your votes, when you did vote, send that, and I'll for the screenshot. You don't have to send the whole thing. Just do a snippet. Show where you voted when the elections were open for the Northeast, and the email where you sent your email to the Jamaica Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the council on a whole, that you voted for Will Rattigan in the Northeast. And we at the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation are giving people work to do. But they'll forgive me. Send us your email. Visit the OJLDF website, look at the contact us. Send your email there with the snippet of your vote and where you sent the Diaspora Council your email that you vote for Will Rattigan. That will give us numbers. We'll get our numbers from that. Put in the comment section, in the subject line, email to GJDC for Rattigan. Email to GJDC for Rattigan. Let that be your subject. That way we can search and filter under that, and we'll have a quick way to compile how many people that we know of in the Northeast that voted for Will Rattigan. Thank you, Freedom. I like that idea. Provost, what say you? Because you're the only person right now who can get anybody to stop it, because I put it out there. So,
look, anything that is going to get them to change, anything that is going to get their attention, I fully support it, because for far too long they've been operating without any oversight, without any opposition, without any challenge. Mm-hmm. And I say that because, and I include people who are also sitting in the council. And we're going to play your video today, and we're going to go over it, and we're going to show you some things. So, yeah, Freedom, I support the idea.
Oh, and one more thing, please be from the Northeast.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Rattigan.
Yeah, not Northeast Centre. Somebody said it from Northeast Centre. No, you have to live, I think, from Maine, Maine, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, West Virginia,
the Carolinas.
No, not the Carolinas. We stop. It goes from I think Maine or Rhode Island all the way down to Virginia.
Virginia, it stops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it goes across.
And then it goes from North Carolina all the way down, and then you swing west. That's south.
South. Yeah.
Right. So you're talking North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Kentucky, and I think one or two more.
Right.
So
confused friendly iRobot. That vote goes to the person running in the southeast, and that would be Jillian.
Wait, we'll come up with that. We'll come up with it, man.
Yeah.
I'll come up with it. It's Donna Thompson. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jillian, somebody had asked who get that vote.
All right. We're going to fling that up now. Donna Thompson, Mr. Rattigan, make them galang, chicken can hide from a mongoose long, all snake mongoose dirt. So I guess me a mongoose. I like the comment. Donna with it as a bunch of rats. Hey, Donna, my name Rattigan. Easy. So let me show you something. Starboy, big up yourself. Let me show you something. See what we're talking about here. People, if you live in the South, and we just mentioned the states in the South, we're talking the North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Arkansas, Texas, I think New Mexico. If you live in any of those places, you have to vote for the lady in the middle, Jillian Murray. Gillian Murray, if you haven't voted yet, if you're registered to vote and you haven't voted yet, please vote for this lady. Please, please, please vote for this lady. She's one of us. She's not going there for self-aggrandizement. She's not going there to rub shoulders and chummy up to these people. She's going there to represent you. Now, having said that, she's a very mild-mannered person, but she's a very strong and courageous woman. Don't mistake her, her being mild-mannered for weak. That would be a grave mistake on your part. But she's going there to take care of the issues affecting the people in the South. And so I'm encouraging you. I'm beseeching you. I'm asking you. Please, 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 if you are registered to vote and you haven't voted yet, because voting will end this coming Friday on the 20th of this month. If you haven't done so, vote for this lady, Gillian Murray. And then the lady next to Gillian, Latoya Porter, out west. You must vote for this lady. And I'll tell you why you must vote for this lady. Because she's up against a man who sees nothing wrong with what the government is doing in terms of running this. He says, I have no problems with it. He said this counts as the best thing to come out of Jamaica. In fact, we're gonna play the
interview.
Audio. The interview. We're gonna play it. Taylor says, be careful they don't take her off the ballot for associating with you, allegedly. Taylor, that's a good observation. But here's how we look at it. We look at it like, if we don't tell people that Gillian is the best candidate to run for, to vote for, then who's going to say it? And people are probably going to say, well, we don't know her, so they're going to vote for somebody they know. And then we're going to say, oh, we didn't say anything. We kept our mouth shut because we didn't want them to think that, well, she's affiliated with us and therefore they kick her out. So the question then is, what do you have to lose by saying, yes, we support her? What do you have to lose? If you don't say anything and they run the election and people say, well, we don't know her, we're not going to vote for her, they're going to vote for the lady who ran the last time and lost to Peter Gracie. That lady is in the race. Then what have we accomplished? Nothing. If we support her, let's come out and say we support her. And who is it said? Hold on. Okay. Taylor, stick around. Are we going to show you a reason why? We're going to show you a reason. I don't want to give it away, but we're going to show you a reason why we think that it is imperative that we advertise our support for these two candidates. We're going to show you. Just trust me on this. Taylor, if you not trust me on nothing else, if you never trust me before, trust me on this. We're going to show you why we think it is. So here are the two candidates. There are the two candidates. Gillian Murray in the south and Latoya Porter out west. There you go. Now, we were expecting him there yet, June. Producer John, see if you can reach out to him before we start. Before we start this thing here. I have the phone right here. So let me. Where's the professor? We'll move on, or because we don't want to beat this topic here to death. Go ahead. Because we have
one
some more.
moment. Let me troubleshoot a situation here. 1 second, Clement.
Oh, he's here?
Trying to get on. 1 second.
Okay. All right. While Kevin is working his magic, let me just put this back up there. So you see two beautiful, strong, intelligent Jamaican women, right? You have to vote for them people. Gillian Murray and Latoya Porter. Gillian Murray, Latoya Porter. You have to cast a vote for these people. Otherwise, don't complain. And we're not going to say we told you so or anything like that, but we're positive people. We're not thinking about losing any election. So just go ahead and just vote for these people. Just vote for them. we can't vote for people who support the government running this thing. We cannot do that. We simply cannot do that. So I'm asking you again and again and again, please go out there. Actually, you don't have to. Henry, hit him up. All right, Henry, hit him up. All right. I hear you. All right. But we have to vote for these two women while we're waiting on a gentleman to join us, because we have a very important topic we want to talk to you about. And then we have a big news to share with you. Big news to share with you. And like I said, some of you, look, here it is. I'm the kind of person, I tell it to you straight. And I can tell you that the news that we're going to share with you, some of you are going to be disappointed. Some of you are going to be disappointed. You're going to say, boy, Rattigan, soft. But sometimes it's best to think carefully before you make a decision. And sometimes what people might think is the best decision, given the circumstances and the timing, might not be. But stick around, because go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. It was just Clement was having some trouble getting on. But he's gonna be trying again. So let's just watch out for him.
All right. Well, while we're waiting, Mr. Who will they answer when them win? Only earlier asked for some tough questions. Yeah, beat me up bad, man. I don't know the answer to that. Mega. That's all right. Sir Mega say, he who fights and run away live to fight many more fights. So, while we're waiting for Clement to join us, the Jamaican government put out the statistics and they said, hey, our crime stats is the lowest it's been. And remember, folks, I've been telling you, do not trust them. Do not trust them. They're lying to you. And the reason why they're lying to you and getting away with it is because we collectively, some of us are, but collectively, we're not paying attention. We're not paying attention to what they're doing. We're not paying attention to these numbers that they put out, and they're claiming victory, and they're claiming that crime is on the decrease, and they're claiming the one thing they haven't said you can now sleep with your doors and your windows open. Because if you recall, that was the promise, that you will be able to sleep with your doors and windows open. And also another thing that you must remember is that it's a problem that was created underneath their administration. It wasn't a problem that they inherited and then they can say, okay, we're going to combat the problem and we're going to do all that we can to reduce the incidences of crime. It's a problem that essentially it happened on their watch. It went up on their watch. So when they start saying crime's coming, you say, well, wait a minute, crime's coming down. But from where is it coming down? Where is it coming down from? So if you inherited a crime situation where murders 100, just for the sake of the conversation, and then crime went up to 300 on your watch, and then you bring it down to 200 and you claim victory, that's not a victory. You got it at 100. And it went up to 3 and you brought it down to 2. If you brought it down in the truest sense of that phrase, then you still haven't done what you said you're going to do. But the people, crime gone down. From where? From where? Now, I am going to show you. I'm going to show you something to show you how they play with the numbers. I'm going to show you, and this is something that you are going to be seeing this for the very first time. Bali Bala same grill him door and windows last year. Say, or I shouldn't say him. Forgive me. I keep saying using the gender. I should say Bala Bala grill the door and windows last year. Right? Here's where we're going. Saddle up, put on your seatbelt, because now you're in for a rough ride. If you believe that the Jamaican government has cut crime and that the numbers are accurate, then you need to really put on 2 seatbelts now. Not 1, 2, maybe 3. Because you're going to try and jump out of your seat. All right, here we go. Big up yourself, Jillian. Latoya, big up yourself. All the best. All right, let me close this and police stats. Okay, here we go. Oops, nope, not that. Is it this one? Nope. It must be this one. Yep, here we go. All right. This, ladies and gentlemen, came off of the police, the JCF's website. Right? Let's just crime statistics. Don't believe the numbers. Let's go down to the year, murder. Kevin, you can't big this up for me because I don't think people can see. Yeah, Carl Allen, turbulence, I go lick them now. Kevin gone. Kevin, where you there?
I'm still here. I'm helping Clement. I'm still here.
Okay, all right. And when you get a chance, big this up so that our students can see what go on right also. Because we're going to show you the crime rate. And when we show you the crime rate, and this is coming from their website, we're going to show you what they didn't show you. We have the information. And we're going to show you how they try to hide the information. We have that information. So on the hotel, we know they're watching, but there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do right now because the puss out of the bag. We have the information. If you recall, remember I said to you one time that I had asked for some information. I got some information. And remember that we had redacted the numbers. And it's been out. Then I asked for more information and it took a while. They wouldn't give me the information. And I was told on numerous occasions that the information went to the high command, the police high command, and that they wouldn't release the information to Rattigan. Well, last week, they finally released the information. And we're going to show you right now. Kevin, you still a help thing there? You still a help comment? Come on.
I'm going to add him. I'm going to add him from my.
All right, add him.
From my side. Add him by phone. I'm going to add him by phone.
All right, add him. Reggae medic says share. When that is why they never want another race. All right, because we have to wait a bit before I can show you. But believe me when I tell you that when I show you these numbers, you're gonna see where there was a deliberate attempt on the part of the JCF to provide false information. I said that. Let them to me. I said that I'm going to show you where there was a deliberate attempt on their part to provide false information. And we're going to show you the evidence. We're going to show you where them white out things. But guess what? We're investigators. We can't see. We have X-ray vision. We can't see through certain things. And we're going to show you the evidence. You're going to see it with your own eyes. But before we do that,
So
you have him
yes,
on?
I have him by phone. And Clement, are you hearing?
Very clear, very clear.
And
Very good.
you're hearing Will okay?
Very good.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right, folks. We have a gentleman on the line. A gentleman who all of you should know for a variety of reasons. But I don't feel like I should tell you those reasons. I want this gentleman to tell you who he is and why is he here today. And then we will go from there. Sir, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Please tell us who you are.
Welcome. Thank you. All right. I'm from Jackden. I'm director of Jackden. And we have been having some problems. But I'm going to read something to you guys. I'm going to read something to you. And tell me if you can agree with me on this one. I'm going to read something to you guys that the Auditor General put out. I'm going to read it to you. And you can tell me if you guys agree with it. Just give me a second, I'll get through.
No problem. Take your time, sir. Take your time, sir.
You know, these phones, they have so much stuff on it.
So, while you're finding that,
1 second.
give us an overview. What is Jackden? As you're looking for that.
Well, yeah. All right. Let me tell you how Jackden gets started in the medical field. Our first journey was to Cuba to start this journey. And while we were planning to go to Cuba, I said to the chairman, Chairman, why are we going to Cuba? He says, I don't know either, but when I get there, we'll find out. So while we were there, we had to go. All right. Let me read this to you, and I'll go back to that question. I have reviewed the recent Auditor General's report and wish to take this opportunity to clearly and transparently set the record straight. My decision to establish the medical facility was driven by a fundamental awareness of an urgent response to the growing need for dialysis treatment, particularly for patients who were struggling to afford high costs of care access to life. Saving dialysis should never be a privilege reserved for a few. And that principle guided every step of this initiative at the time the dialysis machines were imported. I sought and received permission for this clearance using an institutional tax exemption certificate in accordance with the circumstances then presented. The record show that all amounts subsequently determined to be due were paid. Furthermore, the record will also clearly demonstrate that all transactions, therefore, were conducted in the name of my company with all duties and taxes properly declared, and paid in full. Now that the Auditor General has indicated that such an arrangement should not have occurred, I fully respect that determination in keeping with my long-standing commitment to transparency and accountability and the rule of law. I stand ready and willing to pay any sums that were exempted through the use of the institutional tax exemption certificate. This matter has never been about personal gain. It has always been about responding to a public health need, easing suffering and expanding access to essential medical care. I remain committed to ethical conduct, full compliance with the law, and continued service to the people who depend on our healthcare system. How do you guys like that one?
Well, we had it up on the screen, sir. But before we do that, sir, I know the professor here is chomping at the bit, but before we go any further, what I need to ask you to clarify for us is this.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see the screen, but if you see the screen,
No, I can't.
you cannot. Okay, I'm looking at the Auditor General's report, case number 1.2, and it says improper use of tax exemption to secure 10.1 million tax waiver for private company number 2. And private company number 2 has been identified as a company that brought in a lot of things, including 12 dialysis machines.
Right.
We have not called any names because the Auditor General did not call any names. She said company 2. Are you suggesting, are you indicating, are you telling us that company number 2 is JACDEN?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
The company. So folks, we have that clear. When the Auditor General says company number 2 in her report, she's referring, and you heard it from. By the way, sir, what is your connection to JACDEN?
One of the directors.
You're one of the directors. Interesting. Okay. Sir, you may proceed. Tell us a number about JACDEN and all of this stuff going on with the University Hospital of the West Indies. Educate us, please.
All right. So let me tell you how this started out, right? So I want to explain this properly to Jamaica and the world and everything, right? We decided to partner with UHWI. So we had a verbal conversation with the CEO. And he says, go ahead, we can work together. So when you have an overflow, you would send to JACDEN. What is the cost for a people to go on dialysis machine at UHWI? 17,000. What is JACDEN charging? $10,000. There's no way in Jamaica you can go and do dialysis for 10,000. So because of the arrangement with JACDEN and UHWI, that is why we do it that way, because we get a little break on taxes. I mean, JACDEN is not the only company. Look at Grace Kennedy. They get tax write-off. You have other big companies get tax write-off. So I don't see why they should be breathing down JACDEN throat to be doing good for the country. I don't think they should be doing that. I don't know if you guys agree.
I'm listening. I agree that there should be some sort of help to the people that can't afford what is generally provided. I do agree with that.
Right. Right. I'll give you a better. We have a teacher, he's retired, and he was going to UHWI, and he could only afford one. He's supposed to be doing 3 treatments per month. He could only afford 1. They sent him to us, and every month him getting treatment. He only pay $10,000. We write off $20,000. If you don't say 10, you say 7, we write it off. And we don't turn back customers. We don't do that. Once you come, we're going to take care of you. So these are all the things that JACDEN is doing. So when we ask for a break, it's to help the general public Jamaica.
Okay, so that is with regards to filing your annual taxes.
Right.
Okay. So there was talk of machines, dialysis machines, being brought into the country by way of UHWI and tax exemptions being allowed by that method and them being used not by UHWI, by private entities. Jack then is one of those entities that was named.
Well, I don't know about Jack. I don't know anybody. So I just know about Jack. I can only speak for Jack.
Right. So as you're representing, so you brought in dialysis machines through UHWI? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
those 12 machines. Yes. Those 12 dialysis machines come through. Yes.
Okay. And that was an arrangement with the your you with Jack then and the university hospital, or was it verbal?
That's
Was it
correct. Yes.
written? Was it just
It
a
was verbal. It started a written contract. And for some reason, the lawyers had sent it back and said it was missing. But by this time, the machine had shipped. Machines had shipped. We have the need for them. And we just went ahead. Is UHWI clear them, you know? We
right?
didn't really actually clear them. The UHWI did all the clearance. All we did was pay up the money. Now, here's the real consensus for this now. So the customs do an audit, and they have now finished their audit on Friday. Monday, I think, maybe Monday or Tuesday, they're going to send whatever the excess is up to you. You will put it to the board. The board will come back to us and say, look, the duty is now is 10.1 million. I'm ready to pay. No problem. So it just going on to what you call zero. And you're good to go. That's it. So we are willing to pay. So all of this hula baloo and excitement, I don't think that is needed. So all the excitement about this and that, that's not needed. That is finished. That's done.
So, well, because this is new to a whole lot of us out here in the public
Correct.
sphere, right? So if companies can get these tax breaks, are you of the opinion that people should know that companies are getting these tax breaks and using other entities that can get these tax breaks when they can't get them themselves to facilitate their products, getting their products into the country?
Well, I can't too speak to that because I'm not the minister. I'm not the prime minister. I'm just saying, if you feel like you need a break for something, then look, like I said, other big companies get break in this country, you know. So here is a company that is not, this money not going into Jackson pocket, you know, or the chairman pocket, you know. This is money that he's now ending from his pocket to facilitate health. Let me give you a little. Let me help you a little bit here. When Mr. Gordon started this journey, and we went to Cuba like every year. We can't go because of the blockade. When we went on this journey, you know, and I said, Mr. Chief, you sure you know what you're doing? Him say yes. And him says to me, you know what? He's diabetic. So he believes in a lot. And he says, you know how much money he has spent so far? A lot of money, you know, to building this new hospital, you know. He's now putting in 25. He's putting in operating room. He's doing everything. And guess what? He's doing all of this. Because him could be a man with a bill apartment, you know, and call it billions of dollars. Him say, no, that is not his forte. I want to save people life. I'm going into healthcare. So we have to, this man should get a big certificate, walk on with every day and say, see the man there? Even in his pharmacy, you know, he discount. Sometimes, chairman, why discount? Well, these just want to poor people and make them go. So, it is a journey that is on, because the journey just beginning, I can tell you guys it, This little food is about 10 million, The journey just begin. Putting in 25 beds, putting in operating room, putting in this, putting in that, bringing doctors, bringing nurses is a heavy effort. So we should be complimenting him, man. We shouldn't be knocking him down.
Wait, hold on. There seems to be a need to differentiate between a need for a service and the method by which the service is being provided.
Right.
There's a need for poor people to get service, to get dialysis, right?
Right.
Because they can't afford it.
Can't afford it.
The entity that is providing this need, is it
Yes.
okay? So you're saying it's okay for Jack then to go about getting the dialysis machines by way of another entity that can get these tax exemptions so that they don't have to pay it, so that the service can be provided to the people?
No, I'm not going to go that route. This is just a one-off situation. Let us get this straight. This is just a one-off situation that we're trying to bring in UHWI along with us. One-off situation. We don't need no more of that. Any equipment that is coming in that we're buying, we don't want no tax exemption. I just want to pay. Whatever the duty is, I just bring in some stuff under my company. I pay the duty.
Okay.
This is a one-off situation. And you will never see this happen again under Jack then.
So then you're agreeing that it wasn't right to do in the first place?
No, I would never say that. I would say it is a very good move because it's saving lives. Very good.
Well,
very good. We have over. Hold on, let me give you.
I could know because I know CPR, and I can go out there performing CPR and choking people all day, every day. That's a good move. Am I certified to do it? No. Or I could be providing some type of medical care. Am I licensed to do it? No. But I'm saving lives. So should I be doing it?
Right. Well, I don't, because you're not licensed. They shouldn't be doing it.
Okay, so this is the same question I'm asking you about acquiring the dialysis machines. I'm not saying that what you're doing is not the right thing.
Right.
I'm asking you if you agree that the way you went about doing it was right.
Well, I would say we are right because we ask permission. In other words, I'm in the car business, and if you come to me and say, Clement, I want to bring in 5 cars on your company, and I say, go ahead. What is so difficult about that? And you pay the regular, and you pay this or you pay that. This was just a verbal situation, and look, let us look at it. The medical system in this country, and Dr. TUFTON is working pretty hard in pushing and in pushing and in pushing. Let me tell you something. 10 years ago today, I had to do an operation. The operation was 6.9 million. And if I never have that cash, I won't be talking to you today. But what Jack then is saying, and the chairman is saying, if you come and you don't have it, me I save your life. But at the time, me couldn't tell my doctors them say, why me not have the money, so never do it. What Mr. Gordon is saying, once you put in that hospital, me I save your life. I don't care what it costs.
I'm not disputing that though. In fact, I'm commending the entity for the service that it's providing to the community at reduced cost. Yes, that's commendable.
Yes.
The question at hand, though, is not what you're doing. The question at hand is how did you get the equipment to do it? Was that the right way to go about doing it?
And I'm going to answer you again. I don't see nothing wrong with that. It
Okay.
was an arrangement
All right.
Jack then and UHWI. Arrangement.
Cool.
An arrangement to save life.
The other question would be, was it legal to do so?
I don't see anything illegal about it. Nothing illegal about it. I
Okay.
don't see nothing illegal.
Because
It's just an arrangement. Do you know? Let me give you another one. Do you know from this arrangement, we have 48 patients from UHWI that comes to Jack then? Some pay,
Again.
some can't pay.
again, you're addressing the service, which we're already commending.
Right.
All right. So I use the analogy of providing medical services when I'm not licensed to do so, and you say I shouldn't do it, right? Because
That's correct.
I'm not licensed to do it. How is that different from bringing in the equipment by the means that it was brought in? And that is the real issue. And so, all right, so you are doing it and you're putting the equipment to use in the community, providing this service. That doesn't mean then the way you did it was the right way. Yes, you're willing to atone for it. Cool.
Uh-huh.
Also commendable.
Mhm.
Just that my question to you is, do you think it was right to do in the first place? You say it was for you, it was okay to do. And for
Of course
you,
it is.
you don't see it as illegal.
No,
I
it
don't
is
know if the law see it that way, but you
there is no law in it. It's a gentleman agreement to save lives.
okay.
Gentleman agreement. You know what it is? What it is to go into a hospital. A friend of mine died 6 months ago. His bill, the doctor says $7 million to go in a head skull. Right? And I get the phone call and we do what we have to do. The doctor said, me not touch him until me see the 7 million. That will never happen at Jack under Mr. Gordon watch. Never. And the man, when he collected the first 5.2 and a few dollars out, we had to find it. Mr. Gordon is saying again, me not turn back nobody.
That is not the again, Mr. Ebanks.
Yeah.
That is not the question. What you're doing again is commendable.
Mm-hmm.
That is not
I
the
like
issue
that.
at hand. For the service that you provide, I'll tell everybody, visit Jack Den service, go to Jack Den wherever the office is. But the question is, was everything the way it was supposed to be in order to acquire the equipment to provide the service? You said there was a gentleman's agreement. If that stands up where it's supposed to stand up, then okay. If it is
That's what
that,
I'm saying.
if it is that now you're being required to pay those duties that were required back then you shouldn't have acquired the equipment the way you did. That is how I see it. But it doesn't take away from the service. We're not contending that at all. We're contending the acquisition of the equipment that you use to provide the service.
Fine. Follow me again. It's the partnership between Jack Den and UHWI.
Okay, that partnership in writing? It's a gentleman's agreement.
Gentleman's agreement. It started to do in writing, but for some reason it never got through. But the point I'm raising with you, we are saving lives and we have to look at it that way. We're not turning back nobody because you're short 10 or because you're short $1. No.
But Clement,
once you establishment,
again, if I go out saving everybody that having a medical condition or a medical crisis, I go out there saving them life and I do have a license, I getting locked up.
Yeah, but what do you mean? All the doctors, they are licensed. I don't understand what you say. They are licensed doctors, you know. You think doctors don't know they're licensed.
Well, if
They're
not,
licensed doctors.
yeah, right. I'm not saying that. Again, you have a legit service.
That's correct.
Cool.
That,
But Provost, let me find this thing here. Because I know you have a couple of questions.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Banks, welcome again to the program. Hello?
Yeah, he's there.
Can you hear me, Mr. Banks?
yes, sir. One second.
Oh, we're on hold now. That video, Provost, is the one that has the complaint in the title.
Can you put it on the dash for me?
All right, let me try to find it here. Mr. Banks, you back with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes. All right. Can you hear me, Mr. Banks?
Yeah.
All
Very
right.
clearly. Yes, sir.
Good. Let me. I've listened to you. I've listened to the professor's questions, and I've listened to your answers very, very carefully. In fact, I've made some notes. And you said it was a very good move at saving lives.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you. I want to start out with this question. You're a member of the board, am I correct? At Jack then?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Were you a member of the board at the time that this gentleman's agreement was executed with the University Hospital of the West Indies?
Yes, I was.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I was. I was. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And during that time period, you brought in other equipment. Am I correct? You brought in other medical equipment.
Correct.
Correct.
That's correct. Yes.
Right. Did you go through UWI with those equipment?
No.
Why didn't you?
Oh, no. The only, all right, you ask a good question. The only equipment that we brought to you was a dialysis machine. And it was a verbal agreement. Like I said, it should have been ready. But it was a verbal agreement between the CEO and the chairman of Jack them to take that route. And what we are saying, whenever you have problem up there, you can send those patients to us and we will only charge 10,000. We could say, we don't care, we are charged 17,000 same way. No, we take off $7,000.
All right. But why didn't you then just, you could have said the same thing by bringing in the equipment on your own as you did with the other equipment that you brought in. By the way, did you bring in like an ambulance at one point?
Yes, but not true, we bring, a matter of fact, we gone 4 ambulances right now. We bring
All right.
2 out of China. We bring them in
All
Jack.
right.
No help,
right.
no nothing.
All right. So why didn't you bring them through UWI then and say, look, we're saving lives because UWI doesn't have enough ambulances to run around and bring people to the emergency section. And so let's go through them and have another gentleman's agreement. And that way we can save lives.
Big question, but we didn't want to go that route.
You didn't want to go that route.
Didn't want to go that route.
Mm.
We bought them out of China. Got a good deal out of China. Tell you the truth, it was a very good deal. 2 brand new ambulances. I mean, pretty light money. They are at the facilities now, and we pay the full duty of $7 million, and we take them off. And we bought one out of the States, and we pay another $6 million, and we do it.
All
but
right.
This was just a one-off situation with
All right.
UWI and Jacqueline.
Yeah.
The
All right.
partnership.
Okay. How many one-off gentleman's agreement have you had with any government entity?
None.
None.
Whatever come, we pay.
So
No,
why?
no.
All right. So what was the rationale for doing this one-off? Because here's what you have established. You have established that you have brought medical equipment and including ambulances, and you didn't use UWI, you didn't use anybody. But for this one deal, you decided we're going to go to UWI and do a gentleman's agreement. And in your words, you said that we started out in writing, but it didn't what? It didn't go through. Why is it that you choose this?
All right, so let me go a little bit further. So when we went to Cuba last year, usually every year we go to a convention in Cuba where health people from the Ministry of Health, I think it was 6 people the last time. We brought 9. They brought in 6. So it's a big medical convention. So and that's where the deal was made. They said, but look, we could do this and do this and do that and partnership together. And that was very exciting. And then the chairman come on and say, I asked the question, what you charge to do dialysis per person? There was 17. Him said, let's partnership and we do it for 10. You can't beat that in no book.
Okay.
Because
all right.
how much people can afford? They can't.
All right, Mr. Banks. You're going to have to, you said you're prepared to pay the 10.1 million, right?
That's correct.
So,
and the assessment
right.
finished Friday. They set it up on Monday.
All right.
And as soon as it...
Right. So you're going to pay the 10.1, which means that you're not benefiting from bringing it from having it come through UWI, right?
No, but that don't mean we are going to stop charging 10,000.
No. Let me ask you that question. Let me ask you the question. Does it mean now that you're going to stop charging 10,000?
No. We're still
Okay.
charging
All right.
10,000.
All right. So we established that. So now that you're going to pay the 10.1, can you say that you've benefited from the gentleman's agreement with UWI, or are in a position now to say that no, there is no benefit because we're going to pay the 10.1 that we would have or should have paid if we had brought in the equipment on our own? Am I correct in saying that? Which one of those?
There is no benefit for us. We're ahead.
Oh, good. So now that there's no benefit, do you regret doing it the way you did?
No regrets.
No regrets.
No regrets.
All right. Listen to the question again. Listen to the question. You're saying now you're going to pay the 10.1 and you're still going to charge the 8,000 or 10,000, far less than what they're charging at UWI. So there is no benefit there. But here's the thing: there is no benefit there. But no, there is damage to the brand of the company, in the sense that the Auditor General, even though she said Company 2, you have now said Company 2 is Jack then. And we have heard reports that coming out of Jamaica that Company 2 is indeed Jack then. Wouldn't it have been easier to just and because you have never done this before, wouldn't it have been easier to just continue doing business the way you've always done business and just bring the thing in on your own and still charge your 10,000 and still be of service to the Jamaican people instead of going this route?
It's a good question. It's a very good question to ask, but I don't agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree.
All right. Let me run something by you here. I'm looking at the Auditor General's report, right? And it says here, although the current CEO's name and signature appeared on both the bill of lading and the C-84 document. First of all, let me stop and ask you, are you familiar with the documents, the customs documents? Are you familiar with them in this case?
No, I'm not there now, so I can't tell you. I'm not looking at it.
No, not are you looking at it. Are you? No, you're a member of the board, so I'm asking, are you familiar with these documents? Yeah. You're familiar with them? Yes or no?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
All right. Well, since you are, let me read it, because it would be unfair for me to ask if you're not familiar with them. Although it would be a reflection on your membership on the board to say that you're a board member and you haven't seen these documents. So I'm glad you said that you're familiar with the documents. It says here, although the current CEO's name and signature appeared on both the bill of lading and the C-84 document, The CEO denied that the University Hospital of the West Indies facilitated the import. Is the CEO lying?
Well, I don't see that document. I'm going to plead the fifth on that one. I won't answer that.
You plead the fifth on that. Them not have the fifth in Jamaica. What do you mean you plead the fifth on that? You mean the fifth? You mean like you plead the fifth or you drink the fifth? You drink a fifth or what you do?
I plead the fifth on that one.
All right. Let me ask you. All right. Let me ask you this one question before the professor come in. There is a serious issue here concerning leaks. The Auditor General did not mention Jack then. The Auditor General said Company 2. Yet we saw where people went out and identified Jack then. And we saw reports where people questioned whether it was Jack then. I want to play a quick video and then I want to ask you a question. All right, I want to play a quick video for our viewers. Here's the video.
Involving the PNP's Region 3 chairman and member of parliament for East Central St. Andrew, Dennis Gordon, in relation to a procurement scandal. This information was incorrect. Neither Mr. Gordon nor any company associated with him has been implicated in the procurement scandal. TVJ News regrets the error and apologizes to Mr. Gordon for the erroneous report.
No, TVJ said that you're not, there was an error to say that Jack then was implicated in this thing. But you just said that Jack then is Company 2. And if Jack then is Company 2, then Jack then is implicated based on the Auditor General's report. How do you square that?
Yeah, you ask a good question. Let me answer you. Let me answer you, Mr. Chairman. No, I have nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide. So this going around the Marlboro bush, we could cut that off. It makes no sense. You gotta put the Marlboro bush and with TVJS and with it don't make no sense. Okay? We have now come to a consensus. The dialysis machine coming up. There is an additional duty to be paid. And I'm walking with the credit card in my pocket. That's the time we know we cannot go up online and pay it.
Right. I have one quick follow-up before the professor come in. And that is, are you concerned about the leaks? Because the Auditor General said she didn't mention Jack then. Are you concerned about the fact that your company's name was out there and is somewhat besmirched by everything until no?
Okay, let me go back. You know, this what you call it? How long you want to keep Mr. Rattigan? How long you want to keep her?
No, we have 7 minutes left.
And I have 2 more questions.
Yeah. So just the last question the last question that's pending is are you concerned that people put the company's name out there and that somehow this was leaked? And have you looked into the leaks to see if there's any possible legal action to be taken against the places where this information resided?
That part I don't know. That part I can't address.
No. I'm asking, are you concerned? Are you concerned about the leaks?
There's no leak. Telling the truth, there's no leak. You get about the leak and that don't make no sense. Trust me.
Okay. So all right. So let me ask you, if there's no leak, then so you're saying that there's no leak. So Jack then is associated with this thing as Company 2. Then I'm curious as to why is it that an apology was provided?
It's $1 million question. That one, I don't want to get in that one. I don't want to get in it.
No worries. I'll yield to the professor.
All right. So we're holding that $1 million question to answer the $10.1 million one. The duty that you're going to be paying now, is it relative to what the duty would be now, or is it just the duty that it was then?
Then, yeah, man. Yeah, that's the duty you would pay.
Okay, so there are no penalties that are being incurred on that. No. Okay. What is the benefit to UHWI in this agreement? Because you said there's a partnership, right? Okay, so if there's a partnership, then people stand to benefit. Outside of those seeking the service. Outside of those seeking the service, what benefit is this to either JATDEN or UHWI? This partnership?
No. There is no benefit more than saving life. No benefit. No benefit.
So the partnership is to save lives.
Sorry.
But UHWI, which is supposed to be in the business of saving lives, would be better off to solicit the aid of a private entity in saving said lives.
That's correct.
You know that don't make no sense.
It makes sense, of course. You save life. Don't care how you want to look at it. It makes a lot of sense. You're saving life. You know what it is to go on and operate in saving amount of money?
All right, let me tell you this, Mr. Ebanks. 1 second. Before you ask another question, let me put this out there. On this day, 17 years ago, my mother died in Jamaica.
Right. Okay.
So to ask me if I know what it is like, anything to do with medicine in Jamaica, a woman that I grew up calling Auntie was at one point the permanent secretary for the Ministry of Health. So to ask me what if I know anything as it relates to what it is like in Jamaica. My little sister was a nurse in Jamaica. I have a cousin who is a nurse in Jamaica. I have her husband who is a surgeon in Jamaica. So yes, I know. Your services are not in question.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you.
My questions were, was it what was supposed to be paid then, or what it is now, and what is the benefit of the agreement? Somebody has to be benefiting from an agreement. And you're saying the only people benefiting are the people seeking the services.
That's correct. That's where the benefit is.
You are aware that people enter into business to make profit?
Yes.
How are you making a profit?
No, man, we don't just have the hospital alone. We are into other business. So it's not that we don't have to depend on that to survive. We are doing this to save people. So people can't afford money. So to make kind of boss, man.
So you start other businesses so that it can fund this business to lose money.
So the other businesses were there, and then we take on the medical. It's going to make money, you know. It's going to eventually make money. It's stealing now, you know. It is at its stealing point, and it is going to make money, and lots of money too. Remember, you know, when you go up on an operating table, a friend of mine just do a little head thing. It was $4 million. But I don't mean so when you come there, you'll get it because you did a $4 million instead of you one. No. This is just the poor people doing a little dialysis and you look at this and that. But when you go on into surgery, you know, you have to pay.
Mr. Banks, I'm a very simple guy. And I can tell you, to me, that don't make no sense. Just to me, though. I don't know how anybody else feel about it. Just to me.
Right.
Mr. Evans, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Listen. I commend you and your company for bringing even thinking about bringing dialysis machines to Jamaica. Because I tell you what, in this report, in this Auditor General's report, it's very clear that the university, they could not provide the kind of service in a wholesale way to people, meaning that a lot of people, they couldn't get the service out to a lot of people, because it's my understanding that to get dialysis treatment at the university hospital, you have to join a line. When I say join a line, like a waiting thing, and it takes about how long does it take to get dialysis treatment at the UA? If somebody wanted to sign up for it now, how long is it going to take them?
3 or 4 years. You're dead.
How many? How many years?
4 years. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
3 or 4 years.
Right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. One of the things that came out of this report is that there were 24 machines at the university hospital that they receive as a donation. This is a story that the media should have picked up on too. And when the Auditor General went there, let me see, 24. She observed 26 machines, 26 dialysis machines, and 15 out of the 26 were inoperable. Only 11 were operational. So I can see the need for your company to bring machines in. It's just that we're saying, why did you bring them in that way through UA? Because here's what happened. The thing is, UA would still, and somebody asked the question, somebody asked whether or not you were getting patients from UA. And I believe the answer is yes. Am I correct?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's we're not saying that what having machines, bringing in the machines, it's a bad thing, and providing a service and charging far less than you. We're not saying it's a bad thing. All we're saying is that to go through this gentleman's agreement, one-time agreement, I don't know what prompted you guys to do it, but you did it. All we're saying is that you could have done it like you did with the ambulances and the other things, and then pay the 10.1, which you're going to pay now anyway, and you'd be fine. So, and then you mentioned something. I want to play this 30-second video for the audience. You mentioned something saying that Minister TUFTON is a hard worker and he was working hard. I don't know if you can hear this, but listen to this, people.
I want to talk quickly about health. On a daily basis, I get complaints about the health sector. And these complaints are justified. They complain about space, they complain about care, and they complain about equipment and services.
You hear that?
I heard it.
Right. The Prime Minister says on a daily basis, he gets complaints about the health sector, Ministry of Health, and they complain about space, service, equipment, all kinds of things. Right? So when you said that Minister TUFTON was working hard, do you see yourself at odds with what the Prime Minister just said?
The Prime Minister said people are complaining about about equipment and this and that and that. Yes, you have some shortfall there, but we're getting there. The minister, let me tell you something. I don't see another minister could have carried through the COVID other than TUFTON. I don't see another one. When that one come, let me see.
All right. You know what, Mr. Banks? Yeah, Mr. Banks, what I'd like to do, and I want you to come back because you said that there's this Minister TUFTON carried us through the COVID-19 pandemic like no other minister could ever do. And what I'd like to do is, right. What I'd like to do is,
but what Minister TUFTON does during COVID was not easy task. I don't think that man sleep. You have to give him some credit.
Yes, but here's also what you have to do. Hold on a second. Once you're giving him credit, where there is reason to give him demerits, you have to do it. And I can show you the Auditor General's report concerning how the money was spent. Are you aware of how the money was spent during COVID? The various violations, procurement violations. Are you aware of that?
Where? 1 second. So, something I'm going to give me another. Which one? Yeah. Give me another wine. Something. But I want to choose. Where's the other? I'll show you this. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Rattigan. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You there, boss?
Yes, he's here. 1 second.
Mr. Banks, I have somebody who would like to ask you a question, sir. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I was at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital last week. I'm a high-risk patient, a pregnant mother. It's 4.5 months. I was in there for a week, and if you see the food that the high-risk mothers are getting, 2 pieces of potato, Irish potato, and 1 piece of sweet potato, and 3 strips of chicken in a duplex biscuit, and 1 cup of tongue. That is our meal right through the day. When I don't eat as a pregnant mother who probably has gestational diabetes, my blood sugar goes down low and I can go into diabetic coma. Many of us in there, we're bawling and begging that we're hungry, we're suffering, and we're hungry. And we're sitting there on beds. Most of the beds are uncomfortable. The mattresses are thin and flat. How is it that Christopher TUFTON is looking after us? We are carrying the next generation. Some people beat down on us. So how is it that we are getting pregnant? Some of us would never had a choice. It happens. Nature happens, and we are living our lives. And we're carrying the next generation, and we're trying our best to stay alive. But we're getting the nurses and doctors are doing the best they can, but with what sources that they have. We're in there suffering. You cannot say that this one is doing the best and the mothers are carrying the next generation. We're suffering. I sent Mr. on the news, picture of the news, and you want to see what we're getting to eat here. I'm not going to hate you, I don't know you. The thing is, you cannot say that because many of us are in there suffering. That's all I have to say, Mr. Rattigan. Please show them the food that I sent you.
Yeah, that's what gets it up for Kevin. All right, then. No problem. Thanks a lot. All right, then. Bye-bye. Yeah, answer that later, brother.
No, I understand what you're saying. No, we have some companies like that. That is true. Yeah, that one is a little bit touching. And that's why I keep saying that's why we're going into that industry to see the best we can do it to make this health sector a better.
Kevin, hold on a second. Kevin, just put up. I just sent you something. Can you put it up, please?
Yeah, I'll put it up on my side. So, Mr. Ebanks, you're saying privacy. So, private medical services are the way to go to get quality care in Jamaica?
No, I couldn't answer that. What she said is right. I'm not going to say that.
No, you just said that is why you guys doing what you're doing at Jack then. So private care, private services, medical services are the way to go?
No, I wouldn't say that. It's not everybody can afford private money, sir.
But you just say to get dialysis privately cheaper than for go UHWI.
That is only one half. That is only one situation I'm talking about.
But as she, in response to this lady just now, you're saying that is why we're trying to do what we are doing. So it goes beyond, that says it goes beyond dialysis. So
well, I understand what she's saying, I'm not saying the health is 100%. We need to do better. I'm just saying that we need to do better. Because if you go to the hospital, and you know and you can't make a call, you can't get a bed. So we need to straighten up all of these things, and I agree with what you're saying. I can understand it, I'm not going to be biased when it comes. No. I'm not going to do that. But like I said, I have to commend the man. And him is look here, him is just one man, you know, him is just a minister, you know. And you have to
All right.
sorry, you have to do it. You all can't do it, you know. So the minister have to get you have the doctors, you have the nurses, you have to have everybody. But
Okay.
give him some credit, please.
Well, all right. Let me show you. Let me just put up the food that the young lady talk about. There's the food that it look nasty, man.
Yeah, the only thing,
You probably can't see. This is what they're giving the pregnant women in the hospital. Look on this. Goodness gracious.
Well, let me try to see if I can get this image to you, Mr. Banks. I try.
Mr. Banks, while the professor is doing that, let me ask you this: what's your relationship with the Minister of Health and Wellness?
I know him well.
You know him well.
I want to tell him save my life 2 times.
Save your life 2 times. How did he save your life 2 times?
Man, I had a triple bypass. This year will be 10 years.
Uh-huh.
And it happened on a Friday. And we had to make some moves. We call him and jump on it, and I'm around today. So I have to commend him. Catch COVID again. Right in a COVID and right on the button with me and get the work done. And I could have been gone. So me can't wake up and say it is a good minister.
All right. How many people you think have the privilege of calling him as you did and getting certain?
He's a politician.
I beg your pardon?
He's a politician. He's a politician.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking how many people you think can have him number first of all, and then can call him and get the courtesies that you got. I understand he saved your life, right? Fine, no problem. But you're one person. Now we're talking about a community of people. How many people do in that community? And we're talking about, we're talking about the whole of Jamaica. How many people you think can call Minister TUFTON and say, listen, I am sick, I'm in need of help, I need you to make some arrangements for me to come in and have surgery done and save my life. How many people you think can do that?
His job, the entire Jamaica can call him. You have to take the call, you're the minister. You're the Minister of Health.
They don't have his number.
We can tell you. If you call him 2 o'clock in the morning, man, so if you have to call him 4 o'clock in the morning, sometimes I say you don't sleep.
I can guarantee you. I call or Will Rattigan call and that phone would have ring till it blow up.
Well, I can tell you this, Mr. Banks. I've called him on numerous occasions and he's yet to answer the phone and return my call. I've left messages for him directly and I've left messages with his associates and I haven't heard from him. So me with that did till me teeth and kin. Him not answer me. Him not gonna help me. Anyway, Mr. Banks, here what? It's a pleasure always having a discussion with you because you know I say at least you come out and you say your thing and we have our disagreement, but you know we disagree without being disagreeable, right? We're not cuss and carry on and things like that. And so I want to thank you. Huh? What was that?
A lot of respect. Thanks, man. Thanks. Really
yeah. Big up yourself. We'll talk soon. All right.
Hold on a second. You see the picture I sent you, Mr. Banks?
No, I can't see the thing, because
the one I sent you. The one I just sent you. The message I just sent you. The picture.
I saw something was coming up.
Yeah, that is the meal that the caller just.
Yeah. And tell us if you and I'm sure knowing you the way I think I do, I know you wouldn't partake of this meal here at all. This looked like mystery meat. That's what it looked like. Mystery meat and a piece of dry bread and something that looked like, no man, you can't feed people this, Clement, man. Come on. Hey, since you say you know Mr. TUFTON and you can call him and show him this. Call him and show him this and tell him say we need to make some change. A Jubilee the lady there. Call him and show him this. Him gone. All right.
No, I don't think so. Because it's muted, so it gets his background noise. He's saving us from the background noise.
All right. Well, we have to go run now, Kev, because we only have 45 minutes, and we have my goodness gracious,
a few other things to touch on.
Yeah, we have the murder of the diaspora. All right. Clement, we'll talk later, my brother. All right. Let me remove that. You can cut him off, Kev.
All right. All right. Take care until we talk again, Clement.
Right.
Thanks. Yeah, man.
All right. Blessings.
All right. All right. Let me remove that. That was Mr. Clement Banks, board member of JACDEN, the company that the Auditor General referred to as Company 2. And I say that because Mr. Banks identified Company 2 as JACDEN, the company that he sits on the board. So there we go. All right, folks, I promise you that we were gonna go over the crime statistics, but there's a story. There's a much bigger story than the crime statistics. Well, it's not no, I shouldn't say that. There's another story that I have.
Another story.
Yeah, another story. It's not bigger than the crime statistics, but there's another story. And the reason why we have to say it, we have to talk to you about it is because there are some time constraints. The crime story, we can come back to that next week. It's not going to change, but this one might change. All right. Now, on the ready for the bigger announcement. Now, where is it, Kev? Okay, here it is. Is it this? No. I said to you, remember I said to you that it was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago that a story came out in the Gleaner. And a lot of people recognized the person that the story. Oh, somebody said drum roll. I don't want to disappoint these people. I don't want to give them a drum roll. No, I don't want to give them a drum roll because a lot of them are going to be disappointed. All right. The story came out that essentially, that I was a convicted criminal and bankrupt. And, you know, we have a very strong supporter. I can name her, Cora. And she said to me, don't even think about, just name talk about that, just move on. But here's the thing, there's a development that I think you need to know. And so we're going to talk about it. And what happened was the story came out and we started making the connections. It didn't take long to make the connections because invariably, when you do something like this and you can identify people, that's the end of the story. And you don't have to name somebody in order to defame them. You know, you can provide enough information that people can identify who you're talking about. And we believe that in this case, the Gleaner did. The Gleaner did. They provided enough information so that people knew who they were referring to. And then we also came across the summary showing the list of candidates and who was rejected, who was accepted. And a lot of you felt compassion for me. And you felt that I should, people say, sue them. And I said, no, let me just kick back, relax, and think about it. Is this something that I really want to do? And I said, let me talk to some people and figure this out. And, we don't want to file nothing or hurt our people. That's not our thing. And by the way, the people there's a committee, who got rid of Rattigan after they had approved Rattigan to be on the ballot. Here's a list of people. And You can go to the website and see the list. It's a public document. Here's a list of people. And they're watching. I know they're watching. Here's a list of people. See, it says U.S. North. It should say Northeast Electoral Committee. And there it is right here. Let me go over this thing here. Yeah, you see. Oh, no. I need to draw, Kevin. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
use that one. Make sure
All right.
it's small though, so you don't make it too big.
Oh, this thing, it delayed. Let it go on. Let me see where it go. It went nowhere, Kevin. All right. So
What you saying?
yeah, so I'm gonna leave it. Leave it alone. All right. All right. You guys can see it now, right? You can see it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Go back in business.
All right. Hold on. See that?
Yes.
All right. Says Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council. That is on the ministry's website. Now, keep in mind, what did the ministry say? The ministry said it is not an arm of the government. These two organizations, they said they're not an arm of the government. And when they speak freely. They speak on their own. That's what the government says, right? But yet, they appear on the government's website. Yet, they're being led and directed by the government. Yes, the chair determines the issues to be looked at, calls a meeting, can get rid of people, all this stuff. And the government says, even though the government's hands are firmly inside that cookie jar, they said, no, that's not our hands. But here it is on the website, right? And here's what they put out. They put out these names, and they said, these people are the people responsible for running the show in the Northeast. And we have Dr. Kemisha Simpson, Mr. Jerneel Lorne, Mr. Donovan Wilson. I'm glad they put Mr. right there because I thought Jerneel was a female. All right. And I'll tell you why that is so important. Mr. Donovan Wilson, Mrs. Jazz Clayton Hunt, Mr. Donovan Longmore, Mrs. Natalie McKenzie, Miss Kimoy Kayan, and Miss Beverly Clark. And the chair is Mr. Donovan Wilson. Right. So that's that. So they did what they did. And so, I sat down and I said, all right, what am I going to do? And then, I'm talking to my main man here, Kevin. And then I'm talking to, my two producers. And we're saying, we're just kicking some ideas around. And then we said, yeah, you know what? Let them go on, yeah. I saw them people that stay, and that's how they will always stay, and we should just leave them alone. And I know a lot of you are going to be disappointed, right? Judith Ebert said, if you fix them up. Yeah, Judith, but here's what happened now. After talking to, I have a little legal team, and I have, my inner circle. And then I decided that I am not, let me repeat, I am not going to let them get away. It says, to whom it may concern, on February 12, 2026, the plaintiff Wilfred Rattigan, plaintiff, that means, when you say plaintiff, it's a lawsuit. When you say plaintiff. But let's keep all, and look at paragraph 2. It says, the above action seeks money damages and equitable relief. We're going to skip through the legalese, and then we get to this paragraph, and see what it says? Please take notice that the plaintiff through Rattigan Associates will be submitting an emergency order show cause in the above action before the Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of Queens, located at 8811 Sutphin Boulevard, Queens, New York, 11435. Plaintiffs, that's me, plaintiff's emergency application will be made on February 17, 2026. That's 3 days from now, beginning at 2 at the ex parte office of said court, or via NYSCF, as the court may so direct. Here's the next part. Relief sought shall include, inter alia, in other words, an interim order staying the election in the United States Northeast region pending a determination of plaintiff's emergency order to show cause. All of the people listed, please take further notice that a copy of plaintiff summons complaint and notice of electronic filing. All that is saying, all of the court documents will be sent to you, and upon receipt of this notice, you are strongly encouraged to notify your respective lawyers for legal advice and assistance. All right? Now, I can tell you that this morning, one of the main characters was served. I hope to see that person in court next week. And then we can talk about the terms of reference, the 3 terms of reference. We can talk about the manual for election. We can talk about the policy. We can talk about the how they put me up on the website. We can talk about the summary. We can talk about a whole bunch of things. And here's another thing too. Unlike Jamaica, in America, you file a case, you can talk about it all day long. And the court don't care one bit. The only thing you have to do is be careful that you don't say something that might jeopardize your case. But if you're saying something, especially if you're saying stuff that's in the complaint and you're just regurgitating in the complaint, you have nothing to worry about. So that action that you see there, it's saying that we're going to court to stop the election. And the election that we're planning to stop is not the one in the South or the one in the West or the one in the UK or the one in Canada. It's about the one in the Northeast. Because what we're saying is that what they did was unjust, was definitely against the rules. And we won't go into it right now, but we're going to show you. Now, somebody asked, hey, are you just only stopping the case? Are you only just stopping the election? This, ladies and gentlemen, is a 93-page document. No, sorry, 69-page document. Look at that. Somebody who was asking about, is it just stopping the election? No, it's more than that. This is the electronic filing to notify them to say, yeah, because in New York, you can do electronic filing or you can get hard copies. And this is saying, asking them to submit to electronic case filing. It makes it easy for everyone. So that's that. So this is saying, get your attorney and sign up to get the everything. They can run, but they can't hide. They can run, but they can't hide, because here's what happened. When they talk about personal service, there's something called substituted service. So you don't even have to say the person to serve the person. There's something called a person of suitable age and discretion. So if me come at your yard and your wife dead and you not dead, me serve your wife for you. If me come at your yard and you have somebody who's over 18 and them there, me just serve them. And if me come and nobody is there, guess what? Me come 2 or 3 times, guess what? Them have something called nail and mail. So when me do, me just put it on your door and me just put it in your mailbox and that's it. Or even more embarrassing than that is me can come at your job and serve you on your job. Right? Now, this is the summons telling them what it is about. And you see, it's Wilfred Rattigan, and you say, all of them right there, so. All of them. And it says, you are hereby summoned to answer the complaint within 20 days. Now, this was filed. Look right there, son. You see over here? See that? Index number. So this is a public document. Anybody can go, Queens, and put this, go to the clerk's office, put this in, and you get the whole file. There's the index number. That means it's official. When you get an index number, it's official. And you see it's received 2/12. It's 2 days ago. Right? And we managed, you have to serve, what you can file this. There it is right there, 2/12 at 11:05 a.m. They gave us that. They gave us the index number, because you file it, the way it works in Queens, you file the documents, but it doesn't become official. They collect the money from you and all of that, but it doesn't become official until they give you this. Until you get this, you have no case. Until you get this, you have no case. When you get that, you have case, right? So there it is, and they receive it on that date. So we did that, And here it is against all of the people, Gleaner, all of the people on the committee who kick me out and say all kind of bad and you know, all kinds of nasty things. Now, this is the summons. So here's how it works now. When you do a complaint and you complain to the court, you have to do something called a summons. And then when you're the thing where you complain to the court, it's called a complaint. So you have to have the two of them together. Summons, which is this is basically telling them that there's a court action against them. And then the complaint now is where you lay out what the complaint is about. Right? So here we go. And there it is. Rattigan and Associates. Oh, and by the way, here's the big announcement. Here's a big announcement. And I want Jamaicans in Jamaica and abroad to listen to me carefully. If we are successful in this, remember now, this is a case. Nobody's going to prison. This is a case for money damages. I pledge to you, whether you're in Jamaica or in the diaspora, I pledge to you that whatever money we recover, whatever money we get out of this lawsuit, I will pay for the legal fees. And that is, we have a legal team, they're paying, they have to get paid, they'll get paid. We have the legal expenses like the filing, that has to be paid. A substantial amount will be left. I want nothing out of it. The legal fees, I will not get a dime. I am going to represent this case. I, Wilfred Rattigan, am going to represent this case in court. I'm going to argue this case in court. I don't care who them bring. I am going to argue this case. We're not hiring no attorney. Rattigan knows this case better than any attorney out there. I am going to argue this case in court. I will not take a dime out of that money for my time, for my experience, and for anything having to do with this case. Instead, what I'm going to do with the money, I am going to do what the Jamaican government has not seen fit to do. And I'm going to do what the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council has not done. And that is to take that money and help people. We are going to take whatever we recover. If it's $1 million, 10 million, whatever it is, 100,000, whatever we get, we are going to spend it on the people of Jamaica, living in Jamaica and in the diaspora. Then there are people who need help. There are people who need help. I'm not saying I don't need the money, but there are people out there who really need it. And therefore, I pledge to you that I will not take a cent out of this money and put it in my pocket. We're paying legal expenses. And then the rest of the money will go to the people. That's exactly what we are going to do. Now, here is the complaint. Here's a complaint. And we're asking for a jury trial because we want the jury. We want 12 people, whatever the number is, them have not Queens. We want the jury people, them. We want the jury to listen to this case. We want them to listen to this case and listen to what these people did. And by the way, they might go run up and down now and start hide and start compare stories. But we know that there are people who sat on that committee who probably didn't agree or didn't play a significant role. Those people, I am sure at some point in time, they will surface and they will let their stories be heard. They'll let their stories be heard. Now, here's a complaint, and there it is. And this complaint is a long complaint. People, look at it. And it's chock full of facts. The first, there it is. The first thing is you have to show who the parties are, the nature of the action. Why are you suing? Right? And there it is. It is right there. This is an action for money damages. Let me big it up so I can see. You can see that, Kevin?
Yes, sir.
This is an action for money damages and equitable relief arising from the defendant's publication and dissemination of false and defamatory statements and defamatory implications that plaintiff, Rattigan, is a convicted criminal, has been adjudged or declared bankrupt, is regarded as having questionable character, is held in low esteem, does not have good standing in the community and his professional life, and is opposed to cooperating with the Jamaican government and the global Jamaica Diaspora Council. These are all the things they said, right? These are all the things they said. No, I must point out to you something, and it's this. When someone in New York, and in I think in quite a few jurisdictions, if you say something about somebody, about criminal conviction or criminal conduct, and it's not true, or if you say something that affects the person's business, then the action is what is called defamation per se. Defamation per se. Defamation per se means that I don't have to prove any damages, because one of the things you have to do with defamation, you have to show that, okay, what this person said wasn't true, and then you have to prove your damages. How did that damage you? So it damaged you with business, or people shy away from it. You have to prove that. In this case, because one, I'm an attorney, and you see what they said, one of the things they mentioned is that does not have good standing in the community and his professional life. Another thing is that bankruptcy and criminal conviction. So now I don't have to prove defamation. I don't have to prove damages. It's inherent. So you see, once they're found guilty, it's up to the jury to render a verdict as to how much money they're going to pay. Keep that in mind. So that's that. So you have to show the nature of the action. What are you suing for? Then you go down and you show who are the parties, and you know who are the people involved. And we name all of the people. All of them get named. All of them. There it is right there. And also we're putting John Doe and Jane Doe, meaning that people that we don't know about now, but during the course of this case, they may come to light. You plug them in as well. You plug them in as well. So we have jurisdiction and venue. That is the ability of the court. Jurisdiction is the ability of the court to hear the case. Is this a place, is this a court that can hear this? And where they can hear it. So we'll go through all of that. Then here are the factual allegations. So we start talking now about what exactly happened, and we went back and we go through all of the thing. And there it is, the 5.2 narrative, the committee's rejection. We go through all of that. There it is. And then we have an exhibit. We have exhibits. We have emails from them, from the committee. So those are exhibits. So the court will see those things. We have other things too that we haven't shown them, and we're not showing them right now. You know, good for show everything all at once. We have some things that they don't know about, but we'll show it in due time. And then here it is, the Gleaner publication. There's another exhibit. And we go through the whole thing, the updated Gleaner thing, another exhibit. And here's the first cause of action. Here's the first thing we're suing for. Libel, defamation in writing. That's one. Here's the second one. Respondeat superior. What that means is that you have an agency relationship. You have an agency and a principal. So for example, if somebody says, well, that person was not an employee, they will say, okay, was that person an agent? Did you instruct that person? Are you responsible for that person's actions? You know, that person was acting within the scope of duties that you provide for that person. So the person doesn't have to be an employee. Person can be an agent. We won't go through why we do that, but there's a very good reason. The third one is defamation, libel by the election people. So that's 3. And then I think we have another one. Declaratory and injunctive relief. So we're saying stop the election. So there it is. And we go on and on and on and on. And you see this? Look at that first sentence. It said plaintiff has suffered general damages, presumed damages, including defamation per se. See that? What that means is that I don't have to prove damages. And then here's another thing. See, this one right here, defamation per se. That's serious business. That is serious business. Then look at this. You see this? punitive damages in an amount to be determined at trial. So we're planning as if we're going to trial. That's how we plan. We're planning as if we're going to trial. Now, punitive damages, that is a look, the court could say, okay, you know what? We find that Mr. Rattigan was damaged to the tune of $100,000, 100,000 US dollars. But then when it comes to punitive damages, they could say, we're going to punish these people so that they will never ever think about doing this again. And we're also sending a message to the community that this is something that we cannot countenance. And so punitive damages could be in the millions. So you may get a judgment for 100,000 and you may get punitive damages added to it, $2 million. I'm just throwing it out. It's up to the court. See? And so there it is, going on and on and on and on and on. And then we have the verification, and then we have the exhibits. Let me just move this. So that is where we are. And like I said to you, today, one of the key players was served. And I know when them get that 69-page document and them look at it, I know that them now got tonight at Thanksgiving, right? At Thanksgiving, no.
You're a Thanksgiving.
Valentine's. Sorry, people. My mind are race. We see my mind gone all the way till November.
It's all right. You give thanks. We give thanks every day.
Yeah. So, and oh, here's another thing. If the government of Jamaica thinks they're going to jump on and pay them people legal fees, do it. Go ahead and do it. Because remember, you say it's not an arm of the government. So we don't like if you go ahead and pay them legal fees. And also, when there's a judgment, we want to know if you're going to pay the judgment too. Because here's what Jamaican people, you people living in Jamaica, taxpayers in Jamaica, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, them not have no budget for something like this. Because remember, these people are volunteers. Them not have no budget for something like this. So if we find out that they're paying legal fees for these people, that's another problem. That's another problem. So these people, guess what? They know, all of them know, they now have to go get lawyers and spend money where they never plan on spending. They must now go and find, because I tell you what, when them get the 69-page document, they're looking at it and they can't make heads or tails out of it. And they're going, I need a lawyer. I can't go to court like this. I need a lawyer. So now they have to come out of them pocket now and go spend money and come court. I never called for this, people. I never called for this. All I called for was just a transparent, free, and fair election. That's all. That's all. So now it's filed. One person has been served. By the way, if you live in Connecticut, the marshal will see you next week. If you live in New Jersey, the process server is going to see you next week. If you live in New York, the process server is coming to see you next week. Don't run, please. Don't run. Just make it easy for everybody, because running is not going to help. Because you're still going to be served. And here's what happened.
Inevitable.
Yeah, and here's what happened. If you don't respond to the complaint, guess what happens? There is a default judgment. And at that point, the judge is sitting there and say, okay, they didn't show up. All right, judgment against them. Mr. Rattigan, talk to us about some money now. What's going on? Well, how much you think this is, because you have negligence per se, where the court can do that on its own. But then you have some other damages as well that the court say, okay, they're not here. They have no interest. I'll just render a judgment against them. And then, Mr. Rattigan, you know what to do. So you can't hide people. May I tell you, no, can't hide. And we have the names, and the names are up on the website. So all of you who didn't get served today, and that's 7 of you who didn't get served today, just make it easy. Just send me the name on addresses and things like that. Please, just send it to me. Just tell me where you want to be served so we can just get this thing over and done with the service, and then we just move on to the next part. That's all. All right. So, what you want, sir, Professor?
I got nothing, sir. I managed to keep a straight face throughout all of this, so I'm reading the comments. That's what I've been doing. I've been reading the comments. There are people who said,
let me just say this.
You had it in you. Some said, I thought you were all mouth. Some said, boy, with you all the way.
No, this is the thing about it is that Jamaicans are hot-blooded people, and we react quickly. And part of this was some people that said the nice, easy side of me. That's as a result of the FBI training, where they told us that you don't have to run down criminals. What you have on your side is time, because criminals will always be criminals, and you will have other opportunities to catch them. And so what we do is we sit and we plan, and when you least expect it, that's when we come knocking on the door. I can't begin to tell you. You see, sometimes, Kevin, you see a man with a big bar, like when them go somebody's house, and a bar, you don't care what kind of lock you have on. Once them hit that, it kick. Me used to carry the bar there. Right? And them just go straight up to the door. Them knock, FBI, no answer, boom, door gone, and then people run in. Right? So
speak softly and walk with a big stick.
Yeah, I've learned that you not for just just react, because sometimes when you do that, you make all kinds of mistakes. What you do, you just take your time and you look, and then you decide, is this something you want to do? Okay, yeah, something you want. Okay, how are we going to do it now? And then you sit down and you say, okay. And you go in and you do what you have to do. Right? And that's why when a lot of you, and I know you meant well when you criticize and say, boy, you make the man them do this and do nothing, and the man them call up in the name and I say this and I say that. And what did I do? I just sit back and just ease myself. Because guess what? This action, you have up to a year to file it. I'm going to file it in 2 weeks. Right? And it's a lot of work. As you can see, it's a lot of work, because believe me, people, I sat up with the legal team until 2 o'clock in the morning.
They sat up with you.
They sat up with me. Right. And you know what? And then also what I did was I was able to do some ATIs while I was up with them. With the ATI there, Kevin, I'm sending you ATI. Looking at the thing there, I must show the people this ATI.
Jeez.
Because now we are gonna play. You find the ATI. There's an ATI I filed this week at a little after midnight, I think.
In the email?
Yes, look in the email, please.
Outside of the one that I put the 3 documents together, the 4 documents together?
Yes. Look if you see that. So
this guy's been busy.
No. So we're going to play a video because we heard some things and they're kind of disturbing. Where the Kevin? Thing that's supposed to be. Hey, so we get that, say, Judith, we get hit the other day with that strike, I think so. I think it was because of that song there. Let me say something else. But you love that song there, Judith, I kill me, man. Yeah, Kevin, if you find that, I just want to show the people some things, because it would be a very nice introduction to the next topic.
I'm trying to see if I can get to it here.
Yeah, while you do that, let me Let me see. Judith asked me if there's something here, people. At the risk of getting a strike,
It would have to be a very short segment.
Yeah, no, I do. Let's see. Are we there?
That's the one to Miss Noble?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on, let me. Hold on a second.
People.
You can move it, Kevin. Yeah, just thing there. Redact some stuff off it.
Oh, no, I pull it down so that I can get to redact it.
Okay. Let's see it up.
No, it wasn't on display.
Well, let me see something. Hold on there. All right, you know what? Hold on, let me find it.
What was looking for? The song?
Yeah. I'll find it. Just do what you have to need for do that. Okay. All right. All of the people who asked me for this, and I think Missy Bertha, the main one, you know. Here we go. Oh, but now you're nothing, Kevin.
You mute it?
No. Hold on. No. Hold on.
Plug in.
Yeah, hold on. People.
Unmute your mic.
Oh, my mic audio. All right. You can't hear me now?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. See it there? You see we're on the crew. And we have some more things. We have some more things planned, but we can wait before we get to that. Because if them things say, my mother, slave, my mother, my father, and my community, and my teachers, if them things say all of them people there who invest so much time and encouragement and inspiration in me, waste them time, they make a sad mistake. Me nah feel them people there. Me nah feel them. Last night, me look for my mother picture. I said to her, Mama, you make you continue to be proud of me. Me nah feel you. And if my mom was here right now, she would have said, give it to them, Junior. Give it to them. So, Mama, may I do what you that? Encourage me to do. Now give it to them. And we just a start. There's a lot more to come. Them want to fight? Let's fight. Because me leaning at the wind. And people, I want to remember this. Remember this phrase. If you plan to take revenge against somebody, just remember this. Them say dig two hole, one for yourself, one for. But remember this. If it's revenge you seek, remember, revenge is a meal that is best served cold. Revenge is a meal that is best served cold. All right. I'll wait for Kevin to just finish up right or so and send me the thing. And then we'll just move into the last segment. Yes, Lies. Mama no raise no fool. Big up yourself, Lies. And by the way, it's not Lies, no people. It's Lize, right? This is my sister from another mother. We grew up in a Penwood Crescent, Waterhouse. And she put it, she said, good job, bro. I'm very pleased for this, for damaging your name. Mama never raised no fool. It's true. True. And then one of my good friends said, yeah, dead with laugh. Okay. And then my brethren, Bonnie, said, "But upon the thing, Father, big up yourself, Bonnie." And then my friend said, oh, somebody said, I was taken back when you said a lot of people won't be happy. I thought you were going to say you're dropping the case. I'm happy you made my day. What makes me more happy is it's happening here. No man can pay off no judge here. Thanks for a great evening. Big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. And when I said thanks to all of the support I'm getting from all of you, sending me all of these from all over the world, where I get it. Where I get it from England, Canada, Jamaica. All of my people in the man level, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. We not call no name. We don't know how we talk. All right. And by the way, tonight, on after, come on, remember at 8 o'clock, in about an hour, DJ Where You There Kevin Stew, or better yet, DJ Kevin Where You There Stew will start his musical extravaganza at 8 o'clock, and he will go until 10. And then I will return at 10 and go until midnight. And tonight we're playing Lovers Rock, a Valentine's Day. So it's Lovers Rock we are playing. And we'll play some really nice music. Believe me, we're going to play some really nice music. So, well, we'll
use the voice to introduce it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
This guy.
Join us tonight at 10 p.m. and just relax with the Rebel. Come in and relax with the Rebel, people. If you can't, if it don't cost, take too much, Kevin, because we are running out of time. So we just want to play the video.
I wanted to do it
we can't do it next week, man. No
way.
No, just leave it. Just leave it. We'll get to it. Let me just play the video with the gentleman who we have two clips we have to play. So that's what I'm saying. Just forget about this. We'll get back to it. And actually, you know what? This actually would help, This ATI that I filed. I want to file it, Kevin. February 13th. Oh, 13th.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday my file. Friday.
You could read it.
Yeah, we filed it at 12:18 a.m. Oh no, yeah. That early Friday morning. Yeah.
Very early.
Midnight. Yeah, we file it. Yes. All right, let me just, the only thing we need to do, Kevin, with this is we can just show that. And
no, I didn't print it.
All right, we can just do that. We can just put that up for me, please. We can just read that. Just like as how it is right there.
All right, so let me just
people, like I said, all of you in Jamaica suffering, and I get the phone calls every day. And believe me, I take all of the phone calls, and I wish I could have helped every single one of you. And I get the phone calls from here, from students, from people who are destitute, homeless. I get the phone calls, and I've never rejected a call. I take all the phone calls, and I wish I could help every single one of you. And I pledge to you, whatever we get, it's all yours. It's all yours, minus the expenses. And I will not take a cent out of it. I've already spent money on this case. It's not a lot, but I've already spent. But I won't take a cent out of this case. And I promise you, I am going to learn everything I can about the information in New York. I know a lot already. But I'm going to make sure that when I walk into the courtroom, that the thing's tight, the thing I got turned up. So, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's good enough, Kev. Yeah.
All right, so you'll be able to share this document as soon
Yeah.
as 1 second. Let me pull it up.
Okay. Well, I run out of time, I can't see because we have one video from Saterlang. We have another one, Doom. We have Doom. We have that. So
Here, go ahead and show this. Oh, let's close this.
You move this?
Yeah, we can close this. Yeah, you can close it.
Move this. Okay.
And this one too.
All right. So this is the one where we're going to show. Okay. All right. Here's what happened now, people. Little after midnight, Thursday. It was midnight, early Friday morning, 12 something. While I'm up working with the team trying to put stuff together, some things came up and I put this on this. I put this one. I did this ATI. These are the two people responsible for receiving ATI requests over at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Now, remember what they said. They said this is not an arm of the government. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is not an arm of the government, but it is run by the government, and they even have it on their website. They even have it on their website. They have a whole unit in Kingston dealing with this. No. And then what happens is that all of you who want to come to court, I will give you the dates, and then you just come to court and you can watch me in action. All right, here we go. Dear Miss Noble and Miss Fleming, I write to seek information on the ATI Act. Now, watch this. The first edition of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council's Terms of Reference, Section 12, states that the terms of reference may be amended, varied, or modified in writing by no less than 2/3, right? Here it is right here. By no less than 2/3 of the members of the council. That's the first one. Remember we said there are 3 of them. The second one, the first edition. The second edition contains essentially the same requirement to amend, vary, or modify the document. However, it states the final agreement shall be communicated in writing to the Secretariat, right? The first one may be amended or modified in writing by no less than 2/3. This one says the final agreement shall be communicated in writing to the Secretariat, because this one up here not tell you where. It says you can amend it in writing, but it doesn't say where it's supposed to go. Them people are kunamuno them. So it not tell you where to go. This one says, oh, you must send it to the Secretariat. Who's the Secretariat is in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. It's not in the diaspora. It's in Kingston. And then it contains, the second one have a new section to it. This one, Part E, Powers 37, Roman numeral 37, which is, so what this is saying, the second edition is different than the first, because it's slightly different than the first because there's a new section in it, right? That new section, Part E, Powers, it talks about people registering the name Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. That came about as a result of protests in 2024. And so they inserted that in there. Now remember, you need a 2/3 vote of the 30 members to do it. God bless. Yes, it's a court in Sutton Boulevard. You need a 2/3 vote to change anything in the terms of reference. Now the third edition, this one, they updated it 2 days, October 13, 2025, 2 days before we put in our nomination or request. And then it has a new section again, Part C, Section 5. And so what we have 3 editions of the same document. We have the first one, the second one, and the third one. We have the first one, and it changed where they added another section in the second edition. And then we have the third edition where they added another section. The section 5.2 that they're claiming that I didn't satisfy. But here's the thing, you need 2/3 votes to do all of these things. So here's what I asked them. I said, please provide documentation evidencing that the new section in the second edition came into effect as a result of a 2/3 vote of the members of the council. Right? Because remember now, this change. They put in this one, this piece here. So we want to say, how did this come about? Because you changed the first one. So was this done? Did we have 2/3 votes to change it? And then here's the second question I asked him. I say in the third edition, you have, it says right here, consultation and agreement by no less than 2/3 of the full membership. So please provide me documentation that the changes you made there was communicated in writing, Sita, to the secretariat, because them said that's what you're supposed to do. So we have 2 changes. We have changes in the second document. We have changes, the second edition of the document, and we have changes in the third edition of the document. So we're saying, give us the paperwork showing that 2/3 of the people voted for it. And the reason why we're saying that, is this. Wait there, Kevin.
Which part are you looking for now?
Now look for the Peter Gracie.
The video.
Yeah, and then we want the audio between audio interview of Patrick Beckford, Patrick Beckford, and the 2 other gentlemen.
Okay, so when you just add the Peter Gracie video.
I'm looking for it right now. Okay, here it is. All right, we'll use this one. All right, here we go, people. This video.
Using the one with the text, with the comment beside it.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
That comment is pretty interesting,
All right, here we're gonna play you the video, and I want you to listen carefully. I want you to listen carefully to what was said, or what's being said, and then I'm gonna show you the comment on the side. One of the comments on the side. Here we go.
How can a body meant to represent Jamaicans living abroad be structurally dependent?
By the way, that gentleman speaking is a current member of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. His name is Peter Gracie. He represents the South, the same region that we're asking you to go and vote for. You don't know who me attack.
Julian Murray.
You don't know who me attack. I want them repeat the name. I don't know who me attack. I don't know who me attack. I want to go and I want to vote for that lady. This man is not running for re-election. He did his term. He's still there. I know him to talk up the things. So, make we hear what him talk about.
In government, it is supposed.
Later.
How can a body meant to represent Jamaicans living abroad be structurally dependent on the same government it is supposed to advise? Before I walk away as a diaspora representative, as my 3-year term is up the end of this month, Jamaicans in the diaspora, please pay close attention to what I'm going to say. Because if we want real diaspora voice, oh boy. Listen, I just have to be Peter Gracie and tell you like it is. If the diaspora doesn't lead itself, it will always be led. I've given 3 years of my life serving as the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representative for the Southern United States. 3 years of my life serving my country. And for those who may not know, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council was created to represent Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica. It is meant to be a bridge between Jamaicans abroad and the government of Jamaica. Each region of the world has diaspora representatives, and we're supposed to gather concerns, ideas, opportunities, and recommendations from the diaspora and help shape dialogue at the national level. It's a very powerful concept, very powerful. And for the 3 years of my life, I have served my country. I have served as a representative for the Southern United States, unpaid, unfiltered, and with one goal: to serve Jamaicans in the diaspora with integrity, not to serve titles and people who think the diaspora is an elite social club or a secret society of some sort. And let me be very clear. This is not about party politics, no. It is not about the prime minister. It is not about the opposition leader. It is not about the minister of foreign affairs or foreign trade. No, it is not about any of those. This message is about structure, because structure determines whether something succeeds or it becomes political theater. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is a powerful concept. It can work, it should work. As a matter of fact, before I go any further, let me say thank you to the original advisory board and the representatives that came before me and the ones that are currently serving. And to the people who voted for me, I want to say thank you very much. I really appreciate you, and thank you for letting me serve you. And for the people who worked with me at the Jamaica Diaspora Council, Southern USA, you're always there, and thank you very much. Now listen carefully, because this is where the mind of Peter Gracie is taking a turn. Live. We cannot call ourselves a diaspora council while being chaired from Jamaica. Let that sink in. How can a body meant to represent Jamaicans living abroad be structurally dependent on the same government it is supposed to advise? That right there, that's backwards. True representation must be independent. If we are to advise the government of Jamaica, then we must stand separate from it. We must build our structure, our legitimacy, our voice, and then the government comes to the table to consult us, not the other way around. Because when government influence is injected into diaspora representation, what do you think happened? Partisan energy creeps in, political loyalty creeps in, and suddenly people start acting like they are representatives of a party instead of representatives of Jamaicans abroad. And that is dangerous. And I made a decision early on. I would serve with dignity, but I would not compromise my name. Because when you are not being paid, when you're sacrificing your time from your family, your business, your life, the least you can protect is your integrity. Because they're not even going to tell you thanks in the end. Listen, would I do it again under the current structure? Absolutely not. Not unless it is independent, not unless it is clear, not unless it is respectful, and not unless those who lead as chair understand that showing up late, ignoring formal advice, and pushing political undertones weakens the entire mission. We can lead from the diaspora. We have doctors, we have entrepreneurs, educators, poets, storytellers, nurses, builders, strategists, entertainers. We don't need political dependency to validate our intelligence. No. What we need is unity with structure. Build the council first. Organize state representation properly. Create dialogue. Set the foundation. Then approach the government and said, hey, this is what we have. Look what we've built. Look what we've built. Work with us. Not beg, not posture, not perform. No, work with us. Serve. And to those who undermine efforts instead of strengthening them, that's not leadership. That's ego. None of this protest and all of them foolishness. That's ego. The diaspora deserves better. We don't need to argue with headlines. We don't need to recycle news statistics, old news. We need to empower everyday Jamaicans abroad with real situation, real information, real opportunity, real pathway to connect back home or thrive where they are. And if you can't go back home, that's okay. Build where you are, love where you are, represent Jamaica with excellence where you are. Because Jamaica is not just geography. No, Jamaica is spirit that people look up to, the globe look up to. And the diaspora is not an extension of politics. No, it is an extension of the people. If we want a free diaspora council, we must first free the diaspora from political dependency. Otherwise, we are not a council. We're a costume. Peter Gracie. One love. How can a body?
All right. Kevin, can I big up this summit so that we can?
No, we can't magnify it, you know.
We can't. All right. Can you read it?
I can.
All right. It says, and yet this is the first time. This is a comment.
Yeah.
On his, I think his Facebook post or his platform. It says, and yet this is the first time you have ever come across my feed. Never heard of you. Why is that? Who have you been focusing on in the diaspora? Seems this is a response to or a continuation of some pre-existing conflict with someone. Should have given context as to what you are reacting to and maybe provide a link to the issue that caused this video. I don't know how the Diaspora Council is supposed to represent the group, but has never reached out to certain people nor made certain people aware of its existence and its current activity. Should have listed what you accomplished in your 3 years and the links to the evidence of them, because there may be many others who have never come across you nor the council until this video. The number one thing you guys should have accomplished is gaining the diaspora the right, gaining the diaspora the right and access to register to vote from abroad and to vote from abroad via absentee ballots. Then people can get done the political impact they want to have directly without having to buy a plane ticket for a moving target voting date, to buy a plane ticket for a moving target voting date that is no set date on the calendar. All right. Let's start the analysis. One of the things he said protests, foolishness, it's about ego. And let's start there. By that statement, he's telling you that he never participated in any of the 4 protests we had in these United States, 2 in New York, 1 in DC, 1 in Florida. I don't think first of all, we're talking about the Global Diaspora Council. And I don't recall if we had a protest against the council. The 4 protests in New York, I attended all of them. The name Global Jamaica Diaspora Council may have been mentioned, but it was not a priority issue. In fact, I have a shirt here from one of the protests, and I want to show you what he said. Protest is foolishness. See this? What are we protesting against? The call to action against corruption, crime,
poverty. Up again. Broken promises.
Okay.
Other way. Just
hold on there.
No standing. No standing.
There it is. Nowhere on it does it say Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And he says that protest is foolishness. Protest is foolishness. Yes. Andrea asked the question, how is protest ego? Because guess what? We had them shaking in their boots as a result of this. He forgot that it wasn't just protest. He forgot that we also registered the name Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. All right. And he should also remember that if things had worked out, he wouldn't be saying that he's a Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representative for the South. He wouldn't be, because he wouldn't be able to use that name. In fact, that name was registered in Florida. So he wouldn't be able to do that. But, so let's just put the protest thing aside, because I don't know if he's referring to the 4 protests. I don't know if he's referring to another protest. All I can tell him is that our protest was about the things that you saw on the T-shirt. And the protest reverberated throughout the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the government of Jamaica, because for the very first time, they saw people in the streets protesting what was going on in Jamaica. Now, let me show you something. See this? Let me show you what this is one of the terms of reference, right? This is the last one, the one that updated as of the 13th of October. But this what I'm about to show you appears in the first version, second version, and third, this one. And remember what he said, he talked about governance, saying that the governance, and he talked, not the structure, he mentioned structure, saying that, and he also went on to say that he would not serve under the current structure. This is the government, because he was saying that you can't have a diaspora council that's been led by people living in Jamaica. We agree with him on that. Here it is. The question I have to ask him is this: was he aware that this was in the terms of reference when he first ran? Because if he was aware and he joined the organization and he waited 3 years to come out and say it, then that's questionable. If he didn't know about this when he went in, shame on him. Because how you going to join an organization and you don't know the terms and reference of the organization? Who's in charge, for example? That's basic. Who's in charge? What's the reporting requirements? What's the chain of command? If he doesn't know those things, then shame on him. Another question, did he mention this when he was running 3 years ago? Did he mention this and said, I'm going in to change the structure? Did he mention that? Another question, did he find out about this at the end of his tenure? Because if he says he found out about it at the end, that means that he was sitting there taking up space, wasn't doing anything. I don't think that's the case. I think he knew. So then the question is, if he knew, why wait until now? He sat there for 3 years. Why wait until now to come out and bash the government? He has placed himself in a very unenviable position. And that is, he's persona non grata by the government, declared by the government. Them no one have nothing to do with him again. And he's damaged himself in the diaspora, because all you have to do, people, is to ask the simple question, Mr. Gracie, you've been there for 3 years. Why is it that we're only hearing about this now that you said that you're leaving? Why is it that we're only hearing about this now that you said that you're leaving? And he said it was created to help people in the diaspora. And then he went on to say, it's 3 years of my life. And he went on, and it's voluntary. Mr. Gracie, nobody put a gun to your head and told you that you had to do this. You volunteered, so don't complain. You volunteered your time. You volunteered self and service for this project. So don't come and give us sad stories now about you spend 3 years of your life and away from your family. By the way, away from your family, doing what? How many meetings have you attended? Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Here's another thing.
Clearly, there are because he said people showing up late.
Here's another thing. Yeah, but how many meetings? Here's another, because he said that's in reference to him saying he's been away from his family for 3 years, as if to say, well, he went to another country and he was away from his family, right? Here's another thing. How many diaspora conference in Jamaica? No, better yet, have you attended the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference, or did you attend it in Jamaica? Because if you did, then it sounds like you're a hypocrite. And then the other thing is, you went there. What about the hot wash? Meaning, what about the after action report? Did you provide something to your constituency members? Did you do a report to say, this is what happened down there? What did you provide? So while we applaud you for making these statements, for letting them know what we have been preaching around here for years, that this thing is led and supported. And it's right there on the screen. Led and supported. We've been preaching this for years. And we're not on the council. And they don't want us on the council because they know once we get there, this is going to be front and center issue for us. We're going to have them discuss this. Then the question is, if you felt this way, The rule says, and here it is right here. Here it is right here, amendment of the terms of reference. And it tells you that you can amend, vary, or modify in writing by no less than 2/3 votes the terms of reference. Now, did you at any point raise this to a vote while you were sitting on the council? Did you raise this to a vote to say, listen, I disagree with the structure. The diaspora should be a standalone organization. It should help people in the diaspora. We should have a bridge with the government of Jamaica. Did you raise that issue to amend this? Did you raise the issue to amend this? This governance structure. Did you raise the issue to amend this? And if you did, how many times did you do it? And where is the paperwork? And if you felt that you couldn't serve in that capacity because of resistance to it, why didn't you resign? Because there's a provision here that you can resign. You can resign. So again, while we're applauding what you did to highlight it and say, listen, I'm on the council. This is how I take it. I'm on the council. I know what's going on. And this thing is not working and it should have never been like this. And da, 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 da. By the way, you said that you thanked the advisory council, the people first who did this. Do you understand that they're also responsible for these things in there? Do you understand that when this thing was concocted, that it wasn't done only by the government of Jamaica, our own people meaning that diasporans sat in on this and allowed these terms and conditions to be placed in this document? Are you aware of that? I invite you, I would love to have you on this program. I would love to have you on this program. But guess what? I know you won't come. I know you won't come. Because while it's powerful for you to sit there and openly proclaim your disapproval of certain things, it's going to be difficult for you to sit and have a discussion with somebody who knows the rules as well or better than you. And based on what you've said, your utterances, we're now going to ask you the tough questions. You're not going to come. I would love for you to come to explain, because there are lots of questions to ask you. And so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you made these statements because you're frustrated with what's going on, and that you may have raised these things and people ignored you, and so you felt like there was no point in staying, and so you are going to refrain from running a re-election campaign. We'll give you that benefit of the doubt. But we want you to come here. We want you to come here. I heard you were on our program this morning. Program broadcasted out of New York. Heard you were on that program. But I'd love for you to come here, because guess what? We know the terms of reference. And I'm willing to bet you, I am willing to bet you that around here, we know the terms of reference and the policy and the manual concerning election. We know them better than you. And I want you to prove me wrong. I want you to come and let's have a discussion about this. Professor.
Well, as it relates to the elections, in one of the comments on the video, he responded to the question, why was Rattigan removed? He said he don't know, he doesn't know, he doesn't follow the committee, the electoral committee. So maybe the election related questions he probably won't be able to answer. But I'll send out a word to see if he's willing to come and talk. Another word, I should say. To see if he's willing to come and talk. next weekend. It should be
Okay.
interesting.
Yeah, we'd love for him to come on. And the first question we're going to ask him, and he might as well prepare for it now, is why the statement and why no? That's the first question we're going to ask. Why we didn't hear about you? And if you notice, a lot of you're hearing about him now since Melissa, or maybe since Melissa, primarily since Melissa, we've heard from him. And I tell you what, he's been saying things, trying to hold the government accountable. The only problem is that he's a lame duck person. He's not running for re-election. And so he's saying these things, and we're saying, well, why didn't you say them? Why didn't, not Melissa, but trying to hold government accountable and the council accountable? Why didn't you say them when you first got on there? Because here's what happened. If you had read the terms of reference, you would have gotten on that when you got elected by, I think, 700 votes. You would have gotten on that council fully aware of the issues and fully prepared to call for change. Then, and call for change. And if they want to kick you out, then fine, let them kick you out, because then you can come out and say to the people, listen, this is what's going on, and this and just think about the impact that would have. But instead, you stay there, and it's just no. And look, I think you're an intelligent man, and I think you should know that people, it's an obvious question. It's a very obvious question. We never hear about this before, at least publicly. Maybe you said it to people privately, or maybe you said it publicly, but we haven't heard. And so now we're hearing it, and we're asking, well, where was he? He said he's been there 3 years. And by the way, please don't come around here and say, and if you come, it's a bad posture to come and say, well, you give up 3 years of your life and your family and your business because you didn't have to do it. So don't complain. You knew it was a voluntary position. You knew that. So you can't come around here and say those things. It's a disservice to the council, it's a disservice to you, it's a disservice to the manual, because they tell us right out in the manual. They tell you right, in fact, let me see if I can find it, Kevin. They say it straight out in the manual that this position is you pay your own way. They say it. So I don't know why you would come and make that an argument. That's not. No. And then you also said you serve your country. And somebody in the chat said, what country is he talking about? We're not sure. We're not sure what country.
In what capacity?
Yes.
That should be the question.
We're not sure. Let me see something. All right, here it is right here. Okay, here it is. It is right here. Voluntary service. I mean, if you read the manual, you would have seen this right here. Here it is right here. GJDC members serve on a voluntary basis and are therefore not compensated. Come back. Give me Kevin's favorite color. Green. See that? GDC members serve on a voluntary basis and are therefore not compensated. So I don't know why you come and even mention that. And here it is right here. Members also acknowledge and agree that due to resource limitations, expenditure related to travel will be the responsibility of each member. So if you travel, you have to spend, if you travel for go visit people in the constituency or whatever you do, you have to pay your own way. You knew this, man. You know this. So I don't know why you would come out and say those things. But you see what happened? It sounds good enough, people. If you don't know the history, if you don't know the terms of reference, if you don't know the organization, it sounds good. Like, oh yeah, I talk up the things. But when you know it and you say, but wait a minute, he might talk up the things. But first of all, why am I talk? No. Yes, it's better late than never. But why no? And then some of the things that he's raising, he knew. So I don't understand. I'm trying to find something here that talks about resignation. Trying to find termination. Okay.
he is not
All right.
resigning. He's just
No. But
terming out.
right, but the point I'm raising is that if he felt that way about this situation, why sit there and punish yourself for 3 years? Why not do? Yeah, why not do this? Here it is right here. Termination of GJDC member. Here it is right here. A GJDC member may resign at any time during his tenure. The moment they said, no, the government is going to run this and we don't care what you say, you could have resigned. So why stay there 3 years? We don't hear from you. And then you come out and then you blast the government at the end of the thing. Yes, blast the government, but blast them when you. And the thing is, you should have gone in there with an agenda to say, I am going in there to effect change in the structure. Because you say it, and you say, I would never go back there given the structure. But you sat there for all of this time.
Well, he was learning the structure.
And no, he should have learned it from before going in there. And Chris Bolt, right, him say exiting first and then criticizing is really seen as principled. It often looks opportunistic. And it sounds like he had some problems with people. I don't know. I don't even want to get into that. Whatever occurred between him and those. I'm just saying
hopefully we'll get the opportunity to ask him.
Hopefully. All right. We could just move this because we're just hoping that he will take up the offer and then he will come here to talk to us, because we want to talk to him about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the Diaspora Conference. We want to talk to him about that. We don't know if it's 2 conferences he went to or 1. He's been there 3 years. There's one 2 years before. So I think 1. So we want to talk to him about that, his thoughts. We want to talk to him about his involvement and how why did he go, if he felt that it was run by the government, and did he brief his community when he came back? Did he brief his community before? We have lots of questions. Kevin, we could just play the thing because we only have 23 minutes left. Let's just play the audio. 20. Oh, 20. All right. How much is the how long is that it's about 19 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's probably about 20 minutes. It's gonna take up the whole time.
All right, so we won't play that. We'll just do that next week, right? And then again, we don't finish the stories then because we still have some more stuff for the diaspora. As you're aware, should be aware, Minister Terry Long, he's now coming out because Patrick Beckford, a stalwart in the diaspora community, he went out and in an interview and also in a statement to the Observer, said that people should boycott the election. And let me see if I can find it, Kevin. Maybe that's something we need to put up. All right, hold on.
Well, there is a newspaper article with his picture on the front page if you look in Diaspora.
Okay, hold on. All right, let me show you something. You see why them can't fool we run as because mama never waste our money and we never go to school for just take up space, and we not get this for where only at. No, look at this. With the title, Diaspora Elections to Proceed as Planned. Terry Long affirms support for transparent, inclusive process. We don't know way transparent about this thing.
Transparent, no.
Yeah, right. But here's what him said. Look at what him said right here. Him said it's moving with full support of the foreign ministry. How it can move with full support and it's not an arm of the government and somehow you involved with it. I don't understand that. We can't mark up this, Kevin, right? We can't mark this up.
Not this document.
But we can make it big.
Yeah, we can go bigger.
Big up for me, my brother.
Okay, this is the actual.
All right. See it is. What is? What that thing, Kevin? Secured by security.
That's up on the website.
All right, so we can't get rid of that. All right, here it is. Him said that it is moving forward as scheduled with the full support of the foreign ministry. Now, if you don't have anything to do with it, why you say it? You say it's not an arm of the government. Why even involved? Moreover, why the documents them say Ministry of Foreign Affairs? And then why you have it on your website? And why you have your logo on it? And then you come and try and trick people and tell them, say, no, it is not an arm of the government. Come on. But look at this. Him say, you hear him say? Him say at the electoral, well on there, following the passage of Hurricane Melissa and Octa, electoral committees representing the United States requested a pause in the elections to prioritize and organize relief. This is a month after, right? And him say that decision was respected by the government. Why? You don't have nothing to do with it. But I'm going to show you something. Let's get to the chase. Look at this right here. Him say the election, you see that? It is about ensuring that there are systems in place to help channel diaspora support into real measurable outcomes for Jamaica, not diaspora. So you see what go on right? That's how he must say we need another diaspora for scuffle up some funds and things like that and support and send it to Jamaica. We don't care about what happened to over there. We don't live big life in the snow. So no worry about it. Just get the things in us. Yes. No, they are firing. All right. No, listen to this. All right, I'm going to show you something that blew this whole idea that it is not an arm of the government. Listen to this. All right. First of all, look, this includes the creation of a dedicated diaspora affairs department within the ministry. So them have a diaspora affairs department for dealing with diaspora stuff, but it is not an arm of the government.
No.
No, here is the key. If you miss everything that we just read, do not miss this. Do not miss this. It says, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Youth Council are core organs, meaning they are a foundation.
Absolutes.
Yeah, they have foundation, absolute organs accounted for, and these are accounted for in our national diaspora policy. So I'm saying the government policy, we account for this. And remember, I told you that the policy, they have to have a mechanism to implement the policy, and that mechanism is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Remember, I told you that. Now, look at what he said. It says they serve as formal mechanisms for enhancing collaboration between Jamaicans at home and abroad. He's talking about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Look at this. You hear him call it? He said they are core organs accounted for in our national diaspora policy. They serve as formal mechanisms. Remember that. They serve as formal mechanisms. Look at this sentence now. These formal mechanisms, see it right there, these formal mechanisms put in place by the government. So how can you now tell me it's not an arm of the government?
Because it's not an arm, it's the whole
leg. It's not an arm, it's both arms, both
Correct.
legs, the body, the head, it's everything.
It is the government. It's not just a piece of the government. It is the government. So yes, they can say it is not an arm.
Okay. But hold on them. Let me show them something again. Look at this. Look at this. I want to see it already, but we have to show now again. There it is right there. Let me put it up here. There it is right there. It is important to note that the council is not an arm of the government. Therefore, consequently, the views expressed by council members do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica. So why is it that you have them on the website? Why is it that they are using? Why is it that they're using your website? Why is it that you involved in the election process? Why is that you are running the thing? Why is that you're hold on there. Remember, I'm showing you this. See it, I know. Shown already. I will show you again. See it, this is the latest version. So that 13th of October 2025, right? A few months ago. Look at this. See that? See the logo there now. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign. If you're not involved with it, if it's not then why your logo doing on it? Because now you have liability, because people can say, yes, you're associated with it. But better yet, let me show you something. Let me show you another thing. Look at this, my people. Look at this. Boom. There it is again. Another document. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. But take a close look at this. Want to see right there, sir?
Boom, boom, boom.
And hold on. Want to see right there, sir? Every page, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Every page. See that? See that again?
Let's go to a random page. Go to a random page.
All right, let me just go fast. All right, see that page I know will come up. See that
Still
again? So, people, them can't come around here and take with, taku or kunomuno. Because our mothers and our fathers and our communities and our teachers, them never sacrifice we come and them people talk to we as if we don't have no sense. It's a new day. And that's why we are trying to wake up the rest of Jamaica so that people can understand that you too have a voice. You just need to educate yourselves or become exposed to education. You just need to do that. And then you need the courage to speak out. You need the courage to speak out. And, it's worth doing this again. Wait there, Kevin. It's worth doing this. It's worth doing this because we're not going to dwell upon it much after this. But it's worth showing you again, for those of you just joining us, that I've decided not to let them get away with the nonsense that they've done, And it you know what? We have a comment, where somebody said, but essentially they were saying, but Mr. Rattigan, if it didn't have the gleaner, it has to be true. And it's only when you start talking now that we realize that it's not true. Because them say we have to trust the gleaner. That whatever the gleaner go put out, it's going to be true. But here it is, people. Here it is.
But you see,
we have a court date next week. Huh?
Time and time again. And I said this before. Time and time again, they've put things in the paper and have only turned around and said, oh, sorry, my bad. And it
now work that time now. Now work that time now. And there it is. We have a whole bunch of people that we have to sue. And the paperwork, well, here's the paperwork. It's complete. It's filed. It's in court. It's an official case now. And like I said, these people, with the thing there, these are the people that sat. They're still sitting on the council because guess what? They know they're supposed to count the votes and certify the votes and send it to the ministry. But God willing, we will get a judge next week that will say, whoops, let's stop the process. Let's hear what Rattigan has to say, and we want to hear your responses. And that's just the first phase of it, because there's a defamation piece of it. The first phase is to stop it. And we believe that we have the evidence. If a judge is willing to listen and render an objective, and we believe that that's going to happen. We believe we have enough evidence to have them to stop the election. And if we stop the election, they're going to have a hearing. So that means that that's it. It's on hold until a judge can hear and render a decision. And now these 8 people now, they're going to have, at some point in time, they're going to have to hire lawyers. They're going to have to hire lawyers and come to court and defend themselves. Because the Jamaican,
sorry, go ahead.
Because the Jamaican government is not going to help them. Because you know why? They don't have the budget, and if they try some scamooching move and try pay a fee, we will find out. We will find out, and that's going to be more that's going to be more of a problem.
It also means that Michelle will sit in the seat a little bit longer.
Well, look, nothing from nothing. You know.
Hey, there's a question. So, Mr. Ratty, why are you encouraging us to go and vote when we can clearly see that this is the government of Jamaica? That is the government of Jamaica in charge.
All right, here's what happened. Michelle, let's start with Michelle, right? I said nothing from nothing because we haven't seen much from her. She put up some stuff online and she joined people with some discussion and things, but real meaningful assistance, we haven't seen it. Truth be told, how many of you ever heard of her? Or how many of you have been touched by her? Things that she's done. How many of you? How many of you? And that's a reasonable opinion to draw from her non-performance, to say, no, there's nothing going on with her. So if they vote her in, look, there are 13 people vying for the seat, and we suspect that the person who might win with, I don't know, 100 votes or less, because when Michelle won, she won, I think, 90 something votes out of a population of, I don't know, 1 million. So the question now is why we're telling people to vote and telling people not to vote. We're telling two things. We're telling you to don't vote in the Northeast because we don't have a candidate that we can say, yes, this person is going to represent our interests. So let them deal with it. Do not participate in it. The one in the South, we do have a candidate that we believe will represent the interests of the people in that region. And out West, we do have a candidate. So I'm saying where we have a candidate that we believe will do the things that somebody said, Mr. Rattigan, if they rescind their state, never, big up yourself, Eddie. Say if they rescind their statements and apologize, would you accept the apology and drop the lawsuit? Eddie, you know me. Eddie, you know me. You grew up in Eddie, me and you grew up. Your house there right in front of my house, right? Down on Kenwood Road there. You grew up with me, Eddie. Eddie, I'm a
legit question though. Inquiring minds want to know.
No, but here's the thing. If somebody I don't know asks me that question there, it's fine. But Eddie know me. 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 Here's all right. Here is what I subscribe to. I subscribe to leaning into the wind, and I've said it several times. That was my FBI class motto. They said you lean into the wind, and once you start a process, you complete it. There's no turning back. There's no turning back. So we're going to meet head on, and whatever happens. God willing, we're going to prevail. God willing, we will prevail. Right now, the person who got served this morning is jumping up and down, running around and calling people and sure.
Listen, they're enjoying their Valentine. What are you talking about? They'll deal with that tomorrow.
They'll deal with it. When you sit down there, Kevin, when you sit down there and you see your name on the thing as a defendant, and you realize, wait a minute, this man took the time and the patience and the effort to do the research and collect and collate all of this stuff and put it here, right, in 69 pages. And now I have to go through it. You think they must say, we can deal with this tomorrow? They have 20 days. They have 20 days to respond.
Yeah.
They have 20 days to respond. The one who got served today has 20 days.
It's funny that you send a document with 69 pages on Valentine's Day, though. It really is.
Yeah, they're done with you. Done with you. There's somebody that we call, I better not say the name, but that person, they're laughing now, Kevin. They might laugh with you when you hear you say that. They might laugh. Because you know what happened now? I am sure this complaint I just showed you folks, it's sitting at the ministry right now. It's sitting at the ministry because people are calling them and say, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do? What are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about this? They're getting the phone calls already. Say, do you see this thing here with the man put? And those who haven't been served, them sit on the know and say, oh, it's just a matter of time before we hear the knock on the door. And then we just say, you've been served. But we don't run now because, like me say, if we not try to run, we'll come serving upon a job. All right? We'll come serving upon a job, and it's not going to be a nice thing. When them says there's somebody at the door who wants to see you, and or when you walk out of your building, somebody is there waiting to serve you the papers. So just, you might as well just stay home and just stay home and collect the paper, and then that's it. So, folks, it's 7:55, and we don't finish all the stuff as usual. We don't finish all the stuff. One, I say big up to the legal team. One, I say big up to the inner circle. One, I say big up to all of you who have supported me throughout the years, and whether it's a week or 3 or 4 years, the time that we've been on, I want to say thanks for believing in me. And I am going to make mistakes along the way, and I just trust and hope and pray that you will pick me up when I fall down, because I cannot do it alone. I love to say it's one man against the world, but looking at this, it really looked like, hold on a second. Where is it? When you look at this, and it really looked like a one man against the world, because look, there you say a one plaintiff, Rattigan, and look on all of the people where they're at the sun. All of the people. So it really looked like a one man against the world, but it's not one man against the world. It's all of us. It's all of us, because you have given me the inspiration. You have given me the drive, the verve. You've given me the energy to stay the course. And I know some of you were disappointed when I started out by saying, I am not. And them say, Lord God, what you know, I'm not do it. I would say, I'm not going to let them get away with this. And it lifted your spirits. So now that your spirits have been lifted, I want you to go and join DJ Kevin Steele in a few minutes, in maybe a minute or two. And then when he's finished with you, don't go to bed, don't go anywhere. Just oh, somebody said play the song again. Just don't go anywhere, just stay on the channel, and then I'm gonna just come back and deal with me. Now before we go, here it is.
Mm-hmm. All right, so people, the site to go for the rest of the night is reggaeglobalradio.com. reggaeglobalradio.com. I'm up next, then comes Rebel, then Dr. Love at midnight.
Yeah, big up yourself, Dr. Love. Big up yourself. And after I finish listen to me, I want to stick around and give Dr. Love a big warm reception. He's returning after the devastation with his situation. Melissa cause wreaked havoc on him and all of Western Jamaica. And so he was out for a while. He's coming back tonight, and he couldn't have chosen a better time. Dr. Love, and it's the Love Night. Well, actually, it's the day after. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You carry over, because a lot of you with your partners or whatever, you're going to carry the excitement over into Sunday morning. So
carrying something somewhere.
Yeah. So we just want to say thanks again, and we'll see you later. Go check Kevin now, and then check me at 10. Thanks.
Blessings.
All right. Bless up. Bless up. I'm going to play my song. Yeah. Hold on there. Yeah, I almost forget to play my song, Kev. All right. Come up, song. All right, see ya.
Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up bright. We will fight for the people every day. Risk of life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk of life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people themselves spice on him. People politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug at them not wise like him.
Yes, Merle.
Them Now no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him.
I hear you, Merle.
Bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey.
Yes, people, run over now and check Kevin. Kevin just a start now, so we are go cut.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.